Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome to my secondary channel, the number one grinder, real talk. That's my secondary channel. Um, this is the underrated afternoon talk number 15. We're gonna talk about different things today. So I'm waiting for some people to get on and everything. Let me read this out first before I hit you with this intro. Just remember us as the righteous ones. We are still be winners. That's the real number one grinder. So just understand that. Just understand, understand, understand. All right. So I hit you with this intro, and I will be right back. Number one Grinda. Yeah, 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 yeah. Number one Grinda. The underrated afternoon. Talk number 15. Sponsor. Number one Grinda. Secondary channel. Ha. Number one Grinda. Good talk, yeah. BK in the house, y'all. Yeah, welcome. Throw a little something for y'all, Lord. Throw a little something for y'all. Yeah. Welcome, Balance Screen. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, 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 yeah. Welcome to my channel. The number one grinder. We talk about secondary champion. It's the number one grinder. I invite some people on the panel. Hoping they show up in the Balance. How you doing, Balance? How you doing? If you want to get on the panel, let me know. I will put my email out. You can send me email back, and I get you on. I get you on. Yeah. I get you on. Yeah. I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm cook. I'll be back. I'm back. Yeah, I'm cooking, y'all. Cooking. Yeah, I'm cooking. So I'm gonna be back at 4. You know. So yeah, 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 yeah. Gonna call back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll be back. I mean, yeah, I'm making a little to making some dish, y'all, the makeup dish and stuff like that. So I think it's gonna come out real good. Hopefully, y'all end up seeing it and everything. So mm. Yeah, but I'm glad everybody's showing up here. Glad everybody hope people coming in and everything. So you know, I did I went out yesterday. Let me cut this down. So I probably a little too loud. Hold on, so that's better. That's good. So yeah, I went out yesterday and yeah, I had fun. I had a little fun. I ain't been out in a while. Watched the Super Bowl. You know, yeah, we had a little fun. They had a little fun. Yeah, Rams beat Cincinnati on 23-20. You know, radiology. All right, I'll meet your mic. Oh, what's going on, bro?
Hey, what's going on, family? Just thought I'd holler at you for a couple of minutes.
Okay. Yeah, man, up here cooking and everything. Wait for some people to come through and everything. Yeah.
For
So I'm
sure, for
glad
sure.
you. Yeah. So tell the people. I know you was listening to the Hello.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you. Must have had got cut off a little bit. I just heard you tell the people about what?
You tell the people because I know you show up when I was doing talking about shadow boxing, right?
Yeah.
You stay the most of it. Tell the people what I was talking about. Everything. So what you get from it?
Oh, it's just if people ain't for you, they against you. So if they ain't trying to support your channel, they'll do everything they can to try to take it down. You know, and
Mhm.
try to have other people kind of conspire against you as well. Just anything to try to drag your name in the mud. So that's why I figured, if you just don't try to fit in and say that you're part of certain sectors, not that you're against those sectors,
Right.
but if you just say you're not really part of that, that's better for you because that's less likelihood you'll have that shadow effect on you because that even affects your algorithms. Like, especially if you had past dealings with somebody and that same person could be trying to work against you or they made a video about you. That all will affect your numbers and your views, all of that stuff.
Yeah. That's basically, and I know you watched the Super Bowl, did you?
I was working, man. I heard about it. I heard the Rams won. I heard that Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and Mary J.
Yeah.
Blige, they did that little thing in halftime. I heard about all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. When more people get on, I don't know about that. I really don't know. But it was a close, like little close game.
Right.
All that, you know, the little stuff happened at the end that didn't make no sense. And you know.
Right.
So
Of course, I was hoping the Chiefs went to the Super Bowl, but they kind of fell short on that. I think they still struggle with their defense or their offensive line.
I think they what they need to do, bro. I think for Kansas City they need to strengthen their defensive line and their offensive line. I think everything else they got.
Right.
They do that. They do that. They be back.
Yeah. Because
And
Tyreek,
also and
Tyreek
also
was
look
great.
their running game too. I think they need to work on their
Yeah.
running game more. They need to run a little more. They the run.
I
If I'm
agree.
saying like you didn't have to get like 6, 7 yards. But if you get like like 5.2, that's gonna be a world of difference because now you got one on one. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I think they
I
should do.
agree. Yeah,
But
and
they
I
just
think they've been consecutive what AFC or NFC champions, they've been consecutive. So it's like
yeah,
even if they fell short of the Super Bowl, nobody in their region has been able to better them.
yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what they gotta do, man. Like.
Yep. But yeah, I think 2022 going to be an interesting year for all that shadow boxing, shadow banning stuff. People still. It's like the hate is going to increase. People going to be really on demon time on this YouTube thing.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, like the stuff that you gonna be seeing. I know it's gonna be. I know you gonna be saying, yeah, no one Grinder was talking about it. What he's saying, and other people who fail to see that, they gonna know. They gonna know. They definitely gonna know, yo. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a lot of like you said, a lot of people want to be in your space like they cool with you, but they don't really fool with you. They ain't really cool with you like that. They just kind of try to get their little info. Like agents do. Get what little info they can and use it against you later on.
That's true, man. That is so true. Yep. Welcome to my channel, the secondary channel, No One Grinder Real Talk. We got my brother, the one on radio, Rayology. And we just talking about a few stuff about cooking, trying to get things done, so yeah, so basically you know, if people, well, we're gonna see, bro. But as you already say, you're gonna see it more anyway.
Yeah.
No, bro, you're gonna see it a lot more. See it a lot more. This song, turn this stuff over. Yeah. So how was your day?
Oh yeah, man. So far so good. You know what I'm saying? I mean, had a nice little outing. This morning, kind of did a few little things. Just down here, actually passing through Oklahoma City right now. So kind of did
Oh,
some stuff while I was downtown. And, oh man, it's like 70. It's actually 80 degrees right now down here in Oklahoma City.
oh, really?
Yeah. So I'm enjoying that before I have to leave this place and go somewhere else. I do a lot of traveling for my occupation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know.
But yeah, definitely a glorious day. I mean, I'm looking forward to them days getting longer again. I'm kind of tired of this winter already. So I think this was a short winter in my opinion, though.
Yeah, I think so too. Everybody told me it's gonna be cold. Now I don't think it's gonna be like that.
Right.
Now I don't think it's going. I think it's gonna be.
Exactly.
Nah,
I
I don't
agree.
think. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be sometimes gonna get cold, but I think that the summertime's gonna be hot.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be
Woo.
hot. See, usually on my birthday, it gets cloudy and rains, but I don't think not this year. This year it's gonna get hot.
Uh
It's gonna be like dang, you know. So
yeah, I definitely can see that. If this is any indication right now, like with what's going down in Oklahoma, like, oh yeah, I can only imagine how hot it's gonna be this summer. Yeah. I mean, there's no snow down here either. There's no snow.
mhm. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. But I don't think they'll. I think they'll. Yeah. They can say all they want to. Oh, Nehemiah Israel. Big bro. What's going on, big bro?
Hey, grace and peace, family. How you doing, brother Ray? How you doing, brother Jay?
All right.
Just plugging in, man. I got your email telling me that
Yeah, I
you're gonna
appreciate
do an
that.
afternoon show, and I missed the other one. I was kind of busy, so it was a pretty laid back day for me thus far. Monday, trying to look at the
Yeah.
closing, and I heard you guys going into the getting the weekend talking about how Ray is out there moving around, providing the working for the getting his work on, and covering the weekend about the Super Bowl, which I caught none of myself, and so yeah, just plugging in, man. Afternoon talk.
Yeah. Oh yeah, big bro. I forgot to send you on radiology. He was listening to it about shadow bandit. I forgot to see the link so you could listen to it.
See, that's what I'm not sure. Was that the last the email that you had sent me about a live, or you just did a upload, or was it a live? Well, apparently it was a live with Ray. It sounds like radiology was on the live, or
No,
you know
I just didn't know that link that I sent you. That was for today.
you did it today.
Yeah, the link that I sent you just link that was for today. But
I'm
I
talking
was
about
saying, yeah, that was today. But I forgot. But I forgot to send you the link. When I talked about 2 days ago about shadow banding.
so that's what I'm asking you. That's what I said. I received an email about another upload. That's why I said that I had missed that particular live.
I seen your IG. That's what it was.
Okay,
It
was
was
that the
IG.
one though? Was that it?
Yes, that was it. Yes, sir. Right.
Okay, yeah, I kind of know what the shadow banning, topic, without going into it. I already know what it's all about, and it's almost like if you want to use that uh, conversation of the day, which is Black History Month. We're halfway through it, and that whole systemic racism thing that still is out there. Talking about it's not an obvious oppression. It's a systemic, behind the shadows, if you would, racism. So that's kind of like that as well. And like your brother said, it messes up the algorithm, and the algorithm would be uh, life in the pursuit of happiness kind of thing. If you want to use the American credo. So yeah, man, it's all good. In terms of that's a very interesting topic. Like I said, it's a everyday kind of conversation, but a more accountable one would be that one that, like I said, that get introduced with every year with this Black History Month. It really does, lead the conversation in terms of unseen enemies or unseen haters or unseen, people that smile in your face and so forth, and do otherwise. I'm not sure if that's what you covered with your upload, but that's what I would imagine. I would add it, or I imagine that you would probably try to address with a topic of shadow banning.
Yeah.
So you said I hear some pots and pans. It sounds like you say you're getting ready for some cooking, huh?
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. So it's always good to get your meals in there. And I chilled out. I watched a couple of shows, and the these are all uh, Amazon, Prime movies, and that that diet that comes in there, when you got to eat every day, just watching the play. I'm kind of semi-retired. I tend to overdo it on the meals. Like you said, you got out, and the brother Rheology is out. I haven't even been out. I think I went out Friday and Saturday, and I came in, and I didn't go out at all yesterday. And as you're talking about the weather, we were down to 10, 15 degrees here in Chicago.
Yeah.
And if he's sitting at 80 and something down in Oklahoma, I'm like, man, that's a blessing, man, to deal with it all, because like y'all was talking about how, that argument about global warming, about, the weather's not being the same, how we getting shorter winters and warmer summers, the whole global warming thing that is affecting the weather, and might even be some conspiracies in terms of weather uh, manipulation, if you would. The government being able to affect the weather. What do you think about that? Do you think the government can actually uh, affect the weather?
Yeah. Anybody else came on? Oh, well, send the
I'm
links.
after to get going to work, but it's good chopping it up with you once again, number one, and good seeing you once again, Nehemiah.
Yes, sir, Ray. Enjoy your day, man. Be blessed, and have a good one, okay? Be safe out there.
Likewise, y'all take it easy.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. Yes, most definitely.
Yeah,
Yep.
be safe out there, bro. Peace to you and your family.
Likewise, I appreciate that.
All right.
All
Yeah,
right.
there goes Radiology right there. He just stopped by, say how you doing. This is my secondary channel, the number one grind real talk. I'm with the brother, the big bro, Nehemiah Israel. We're gonna talk about some different things today. We're gonna talk about sports, politics, spiritual, whatever it is. We're gonna talk about Bruce. If he wants to get on, let me know. I send you the link, then you can get on. I invite some people to come on. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. But hey, the conversation still got to continue. Cannot wait for nobody. Cannot wait for nobody. So they So how's Chicago is? Chicago is cold and everything.
Yeah, we're getting ready to warm up. I see the day or two, the next day or two, is heading toward the 40s and 50s, which is very unusual, right? February being the coldest month. That's what I was talking about, that global warming effect. So, like you said, it's been a very short winter. And,
Yeah.
otherwise, Chicago,
Uh-huh.
everybody's getting ready to do the. I guess we're a blue state. Everybody's getting ready to lift the mask mandates,
Mm-hmm.
and me, I'm that market kind of thing. Kind of watching the real news about the
Yeah.
Russians over there. Getting ready to get at Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really affecting a few things. Inflation is going out of control. Heck, I forget what it was that I bought the other day. I know, them chicken wings out of control, right? Because I still eat chicken and beef and not pork, but I got that dietary, if you like you say. And
Yeah.
so, but the food prices are out of control, man. It's like, and if you, it's like I tend to hit the discount grocery stores like Walmart, Save a Lot, etc., Aldi's.
Uh-huh.
But I live in the heart of the hood. I've always felt that was my thing. I was always, trying to stay in the heart of the hood, kind of where I was born and raised. So, But that food desert that exists, that's why I said prices out of control, but how you deal with it all, because if you don't source the food yourself, that's where you're at. You,
Yeah.
you you're at the mercies of the markets. So I mean, they just closed down the one. I don't know what's going on, but they closed down the one and the last little market that we had, which was Save a Lot. Now I have to go. I think I went to Walmart, which is kind of far from where I'm at, which is not far because in the cities everything is just a couple blocks, a couple miles away or a mile at the most, versus suburban areas where you probably have to go even further to get to a grocery store, right? Well, when they talk about food deserts here in the urban areas, it's a little bit more. Uh, I don't know. Might be a little bit more exaggeration because, like I said, to know the difference between the cities and the suburbs and the rural areas, you could appreciate even if it's just 2 miles out, which is, in the city, that's a lot of landscape, right? You got to go through all that because I think from where I'm at, the nearest Walmart, two Walmarts are 3 miles away, which wouldn't be far, right? Everything being equal. But I'm used to the Save Lots and the uh, Aldi's to be in the neighborhood, which they, for some reason, are out of the neighborhood. I don't know if that inflation with the prices going up have any effect on it. I know the riots did as much, where they were when we had those riots, the George Floyd riot, it really closed down the one on it because they tore it all up. And they actually tore up the Save Lot, but that in fact, the employees put that back together some kind of way and made that work. But then, like I said, just over the weekend, I rode past and it was closed. I'm like, wow. So
Uh,
again, I'm lucky to have transportation, but everybody don't have that. You know, so they have to use either public transportation or they gotta, do what they gotta do. And even then, like I said, like you said, a disabled community, a community of disabled folk or elderly folk or anybody else like that, it means a lot.
yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. I tell you, man. Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
cool. What's up? What's up?
Yep. Yep. So how your other channel come along? You don't plan on you getting any leeway on that, or you just gotta spend a little time trying to build this channel?
You mean my other channel?
Yes, your primary.
Yeah, I probably have to call Google. I have to call Google for it. Lady Love, I send the link to your channel. I mean, send the link to your email if you want to get on the panel. So go and check that out. So you're more than welcome. Oh yeah, oh yeah, brother, big brother. Lady Love, that you see this, that you see in the chat. She interviewed me this past Thursday.
Yeah, I seen when you interviewed her at one time, and I
Yeah.
see that she turned around and did the same for you. So I that's how I got to know who she is, and yeah, it'd be nice if she jumped on and gave a little chit chat.
Yes, good people, good people, good people. Yeah, yeah, yes, she is.
So I said you got a lot of you really engage the community, especially content creator that are doing their own thing, and I know she probably
Yeah,
doing it big for this Valentine's Day, which I don't do, but I know it's a national thing, and it might mean different things to different folk.
yeah, yeah, bro, yeah. Yeah, some good people. So yeah, there's a few. She's one of them. You one of them. Y'all good people. Y'all all right with me. Y'all all right with me. Y'all all right with me. You see that?
So what it's like over there in Newport, man? On the East Coast, what the weather like over there?
The weather it's like it's in the late 40s, early 50s.
Okay, y'all doing it.
Late 40s, yeah. It was cold early this morning. It was about like 31 degrees.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we haven't quite, start moving up yet. It's supposed to take place tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, but Virginia weather is funny anyway, so.
So when you said you got out yesterday to watch the Super Bowl, was it cold then?
Yeah, I mean, I went out. Yeah, I got out. Some people invite me over, to Super Bowl. It's been a while. I had a good time. I had a good time. You know, they picked me up and took me back.
Was it cold out?
Yeah. Last night was cold. Yeah. Yeah, last night was cold. Well, yeah. So they picked me back. I ran back to the house.
Okay, so y'all warmed up.
Yeah, I mean, not Chicago cold, not like New York cold, but it was cold.
Shit. Yeah.
It was
If
cold.
y'all got 40 or 50, y'all unseasonably warm.
Yeah, it was cold last night. Yeah, it was cold. Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question. What do you think about this economy? Because there's a lot of say that there's quite a few said that the jobs is picking up. See, we hear what's good, you know.
Yeah, that's one of the indicators of a recession. They always say look at the job, but jobs are, as they say, a lagging indicator.
I got you. Now go ahead, bro.
It's always after, the job market do what it does it affect the economy in that way? So there's a lot of different indicators on that. But for the most part, like I say, my thing, or not too focused on the market, is going out there and looking at the food prices. Like I said, man, a chicken wing that costs you $2 right now, one chicken wing.
Yeah.
And that's ridiculous. It's like we get a whole bag of them for pennies. But now it's $2, and I don't know that. Like I said, with the COVID, we know all that had an effect on it, right? We don't know all of that has an effect on it. COVID, trying to get the markets back to it, trying to adjust to the new normal. So, but for the most part, and like I said, with these conflicts going on, how do that affect the economy, internationally? So it really is. It's like, well, is it? Because if you look at the markets now, everything is overly red, meaning that it's an overly down market. Everybody is sitting on cash. Don't nobody want to move around and move the money around. They want to move the markets. So that's really the pulse of the day. What happens tomorrow, nobody knows. They can only guess. That's why I say you keep it in the now. Chicken wings $2. I'm like, that's all I can get. That's all I got. I'm like, if we don't have no bombs drop on top of us, we good to go in that regard. So they talking about the people that move the markets. The politicians, the bankers, and the companies. Now, Biden, I don't know what that thing was, because I know you was into that politics. You was following that trail for a minute, and I don't follow it as close as if it doesn't, show up with the market movers. Those are the people that I follow, and so when you start talking about unemployment, markets in general, people start looking to the politicians for the answers. So Biden, he's not as transparent as we like him to be. I don't know that Obama and Trump were a little bit more engaged in the rural that create a different economy or market, or even the world. Seems like they have more personality, if you ask me.
Yeah.
If you ask me, brother.
Yeah, exactly. Jelly Bean 4280. How you feel? Glad to hear. This is my email. If anybody that wants to get on the panel, there goes my email right there. Let me know you send it, and I send you. Then I send you the link. Brother She, I already sent you I already sent you it and everything. So y'all come on through. And we with my big brother named my Israel. We talking about different things. This is the underrated afternoon talk number 15. We talking about different things, and so we gonna talk about different things, man. So yeah, I just
So what you got going on the kitchen, man? You say you cooking or?
yeah, man. Bro, you know, I'm nice with my hands. That's not the only things I'm nice with, you know. I'm creating. I made some elbow macaroni, and what I'm doing some I'm doing some ground turkey. Already cooked the beef. Already cooked the Italian sausages. I'm gonna cut it up in cubes. Then I'll put the cheese on it, mix it up with some tomato sauce, and I'm gonna make it as a casserole. Had it baked in.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna take a little time, but I think I can pull it off. I really think I can pull it off.
So yeah.
So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing ground turkey now. You know, it should be about good. I said about 10 more minutes. Then while I'm doing that, I want to while I'm talking, I'm gonna cut up sausages, so that could be good. But I already took the macaroni out already, so that ain't no problem. So then I'm gonna add tomato sauce and cheese. Then after that, put it in the oven. I'm gonna let it slow cook, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you setting up for a dinner for the most part.
Yeah, I'm set for dinner. Yeah, I'm set for dinner.
Okay.
I had me lunch earlier, so I've been
I'm on my
doing
second cup of coffee. I was up all night, so I'm on my second cup of coffee trying to wake up. I'm always up and down all over the place.
Yeah, but shout out to you, and shout out to Jelly Bean, shout out to She, shout out to shout out to Lady Love. Thanks for radiology. Thanks for coming. Very much appreciated. And so what you looking for 2022, bro?
You know, I'm waiting on. I retained an attorney. I'm trying to get my finances in order, and I'm at that stage. As much as I would love to engage the digital revolution, you know, which is to create, like I said, different income sources digitally, you know, outside of the stock market. I don't know that I'm going to actually get into it, you know, such as yourself, the way you're doing it. But I do want to move around. So this year, I wanted to do it last year. Remember, I was down there in Florida. I was going to pop up to where you were at, but I had a death, so I had to get back home. And so I want to move around just for that reason, the warmer climate. But, you know, I mean, it's almost like the market these days. You don't really know what's going to happen even with the weather. So, you know, but we know for sure it's a stream everywhere you go. So, but I would like to be able to do both, you know, be in the warm, but basically warmer climates for me. I'm that older guy, and I don't care for the extreme hots or the extreme colds. So I'll be trying to move around in that fashion. I am so basically that's where it's at. It's like my family, my children, ex-wife, our relations is okay, but it's not as nice as I like it to be. That's what allows me to be able to move around. It gives me a little bit more flexibility. They seem to be doing fine. A little conversation here and there tend to get the thing going, almost like what my dad and I went through, and my mother, which is still alive again, with the digital world or this more mobile world we have. It allows you to do that. So 2022 for me, I imagine I'm just simply trying to get where everybody else at. If you are allowed to move around, I want to get some warmer climates. You know, when I need to, because I figured if I could have actually went down to either California or Texas for the colder months, which is February and March, even January, 2-3 months down in that area, because you can, when you got that digital income, you could do it anywhere. Wasn't like that's always been available in my lifetime. It was always you had to be on a clock at a job. It was brick and mortar. So this digital economy, man, like you say, 2022, it's a whole other world. At this advanced age, all those things I factor in. So I'm optimistic, man. I'm optimistic about finalize on some of the things I've been working on over the years, and we'll see what happens. But for the most part, it's about sustainability, about being able to get a sandwich and a change of clothes.
Yeah. Big Duke all right, that's good. That's all right. Big Duke in the building. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for showing up. That's Big Duke 24. His channel is Fourth Quarter Talk. We talk about nutrition and fitness, mental health, and everything. He has worked with celebrities. He has celebrities came on. He had the one and only former WBO heavyweight champion. Yeah, man, he got yes. yes. So you got him on. It's a lot. Hold on. Let me get into this quick. Let me finish quick. Yeah. Ray Mercer. Yeah. He had him on last week. A few days ago. So yeah.
Ray Mercer, is that a celebrity?
Oh God, I ain't done yet. Ain't done yet. Okay. Yeah, so he had Ray Merciless. Ray Mercer on. Yeah. So I want you to go check that out.
Is that a celebrity of sort?
Huh?
Is that a celebrity of sort?
Yeah. WBO, former WBO heavyweight champion, Ray Mercer. Merciless Ray Mercer.
That's why I said that name very, very familiar. Again, I'm not sure. Yeah, but you had him on the channel, huh?
Yeah, he had it on his channel. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go look when I'm gonna share it.
I see.
Yeah. Because I know I'm not saying you, but I know there's some people that I don't believe you. You be lying, number one grinder. You be lying. Okay. If I'm lying, I bet you $150 just cash at me. Think I'm playing. I don't lie. I don't do stuff like that. So, and also I'm going to post, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you too, And then last Monday, I interviewed a ring announcer.
Okay. That's cool. But you got to pay attention to your audience and the different markets you run. Like you said, cause that what informs you. You know, that keeps you on track. You know, that keeps you on track. Like you say, the haters and all that, you need them.
Yeah.
You know, that's what it's all about. I mean, we talk about the like and dislike. You got 11 likes in here, no dislikes. So that's what's happening. You know, it's all
I'm
about.
surprised. Yeah, I'm surprised I got that. I'm surprised.
It's all about thumbs up. Because people don't do that willy-nilly. They actually do it, you know, based on, as they say, the culture. It's like, okay, thumbs up for that, thumbs down for that. You know, like you said, the haters, they'll come in and throw you a thumb down in a minute, you know. That's why I say you got to pay attention to that.
Yeah, no, right. They got to pay attention. They don't want to pay attention to it.
Yeah, that digital market, man, is real. You know, the one that you're in with your channels, your platforms, you know, that's real, man. You know, because the interviews is everything to build it up. We know that the AdSense and all that stuff kick in, and the cash apps, all that to support your platform. All of that is business. It's all about business.
Yeah.
In order to create the value that you try to create with your the work that you put in, that's what it's all about, bro.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. That's done. I'm gonna let that rest for a few.
What about yourself, brother? You got any great plans for the year, or?
Well,
you
I want to broaden out my brand. I want to broaden out my brand, do a few more things, learn about how to share, and you know, share audio, you know, and try to get some merch up. It's just a little something. You know, I got something. It's just gonna take a little time. Yeah, you know.
Let me ask you, in terms of your market, as I said, you're real good at engaging people that sort of kind of in your market. You know, like you talk about Lady Love, there's many people that you've interviewed that have interviewed you. And we're in that you know, being specific in terms of your markets versus being a generalist, you know, just being here and there. You know, so when you say you're fine tuning your platform and whatever, what would be? Give me a general idea of a goal that you would like to accomplish in the next 5 years in terms of your platform.
Well, I want to turn it into to an enterprise. I want to help the less fortunate. I want to do different things. But I'm good. I will be in charge of it. So, you know, talk more. I want to talk more about the disability. You know, I want to push that. I just want to. You know, my enterprise ain't gonna be just one or two. I want my that's part of my brand. You know, I want it to be a.
Okay, do you see that? Do you see that goal not being fulfilled right now in the market? Is there anyone out there delivering the message that you're trying to deliver in a sort of kind of fashion? Is there anyone out there that's actually, you know, have a channel for disability? And
no, not really. They're not talking about like I'm talking about. I know Big do talk about it. I know me and you talk about it, but that's not really talk about it in space. No.
Yeah.
It's not. Man or woman in space. They not. So I take that on.
I see.
You know, I take it on.
That's what's
I don't have no
man.
problems with that. I don't. So I'm gonna talk about that more. You know.
You just wait for that viral instance to come along to put you in that limelight, you know, that lane. Yeah, I could think that, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're at what with the other channel? Where you at? I think this one kid just said he did 1 million views, and you've been out doing it for a minute. Are you hitting any of those goals, or that's not a goal for you at all?
Well, of that part, whatever happens, just happens. You know what I mean?
Sure.
You know, whatever happens, just happen. If it happens, yeah. If it don't, you know, my message still gonna be my message. My message still gonna be pushed. Salute to you, Mace Taggart. Hold on, bro. I want you to get on. Hold on. Matter of fact, type something in the chat. Yeah, so let's see something. No, that's not it. Yeah, so stay right there, Mitch, because I want you to get on the panel. Hold on, I'm gonna send it through your IG, all right? I'm gonna send it through your IG. Yeah, I'm gonna send it through your IG. So watch out for it right now. Let me get this out the way. Go. Yeah, so you keep on talking, bro. You keep on.
I'm looking at 3 o'clock. I mean, the closing bell is hit. Well, it's been pretty, like I said, a slow Monday, man.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, you know, Monday afternoon talk is probably the best thing going right now, man. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
It seems like everybody else might be out there, you know, they moving it and they're shaking it, and just don't have the time, you know. So that happens, you know. Especially like I said, if I'm just seeing the closing bell in. So you ain't always got to be doing something because we're human beings.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
So absolutely, it ain't about, like you said, about getting, you know, it's okay to set your goal because you said, planning the plan and planning to fail, but it's also it's also okay to be where you at. You know, stay in the moment. Stay in the moment. So, you know, yeah, man. Monday afternoon, like you said, I'm on my second cup of coffee. I didn't have any plans. I'll probably get up and, like I said, I'll probably call my attorney today. We're going into the 6 weeks that you said 4 to 6 weeks, so we're entering until the second week that I need to address something I hadn't heard from him. So I'll probably give him a call, get off this line. I just paid a few bills that came in the mail, got those out the way.
Yeah. Mace, check your IG right now. I just sent it to you. Check your IG right now. The link to come to the panel is it's in your IG. Check it out right now. I just sent it. Yeah, man. So I'm just trying to do my thing, man. You know, tweak it a little bit. You know, change it up a little bit. You know.
Yeah. So now I've asked you this before, I think, but is this a StreamYard software or some different software that you overlay on StreamYard? tool that you use to live stream with?
This is from StreamYard. StreamYard.
So the subscribe button, the number one grinder overlay, and the lights and all that, and the number one grinder stuff on the bottom, is that all banners? I'm asking you about your artwork.
No. This is how it works, right? After you do StreamYards, right? They ask you what's the destinations on Facebook. You pick Facebook, YouTube, whatever they have. You can. Thank you, Jay Bones. I appreciate that.
I thought he was asking for coffee money. He sent you some coffee money, huh?
Yeah, he sent me some coffee. He sent me I like that. Thank you. Thank you, brother.
Yes,
I love
sir.
coffee too. So I appreciate that. Yeah, he sent me out. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Jay Bone. Appreciate that. Yeah, I got the coffee money, man. It tastes good too, man. I can put some cream and sugar in it, right? Got it. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Shout out to the motherland. Yeah,
Does Black History Month? I like I was telling you, I say I'm used to the conversation every month, every year. It's Black History Month, but this year, I'm getting a lot more information for whatever reason. It might be due to this one series I'm watching, like I said, called Black Freedom, Black Love, and Black something. That's on Amazon. They got a really good series. It's like 3-4 different series of about 10 to 12 different segments of these thought leaders. Like I said, that nature. They put some good stuff out there. But what about you in terms of, because I know you were engaged in that pretty heavy in the last couple of weeks, revisiting some of the efforts you were putting out there with the organization that you were engaged in. So how is Black History Month coming along for you, brother?
I haven't really like doing anything on Black History. I haven't. No. I just, just keep doing my thing, wherever I want to talk about Black History or certain idols that I want to talk about, I'll talk about it.
Right.
Because to me, every year to me is Black History.
Yeah, I could do that. And like I said, it's only in that accountable way they're pushing it forward, and it just might be pretty topic-centric.
Yeah.
Because they are doing as much. Like I said, the Cornel West and Jelani Cobb, Angela Davis, quite a few, and that's all on Amazon. So a lot of people just don't engage in that market, We're in a YouTube universe these days, it's like, well, Amazon as well. Amazon, YouTube, they got their own respective lanes. And so, because I know on YouTube, you'll find it if you're looking for it, topics on Black History Month.
Yeah. I tell you, I wish a lot more people would talk about the history of Kwanzaa. That's what I would like to, because it plays a significant role, That's the same year the Black Panther Party was born. I wish some people would talk about it. I don't mind talking about it right now. We can talk about it right now if you want to, bro.
Yeah. Kwanzaa for me, because I got that spiritual treatment myself. So, those things, like I said, are national holidays or any alternative holidays, I tend to be on the outlier in regards to that. So, like even today, to me is simply a treatment Valentine's Day is sort of like, for me, the instance whereby the child with the heart kind of thing, shooting the arrows. That's a deep treatment of child sexual things. We just say. I'm not going to say it's bordered on pedophilia. So, you got the elder women that go after the Cupid, the young male kind of thing. So that I tend to get away from. And I know that Kwanzaa is simply an alternative. Or what did you say, Kwanzaa?
Now I'm talking about the history of Kwanzaa. People were talking
Right. And I know that's a nationalistic, identity thing, just to, as an alternative to the mainstream Christmas. So, like you said, it was born the same year of the Black Panther movement. And there might be other, interesting facts about it. But I know that it's centered on Black history, like I keep saying. Like you said, it might, I appreciate you, simply adding to that, thing that I'm trying to get off the dome about Black history. Because I'm not even a fan of it, because I think it might be lacking in terms of history, because they say the Black history starts in slavery, and we are people that's beyond we came before slavery, and that's what they kind of interject in a lot of cases. But also you go off into the like I say, the Cupid or the mainstream holidays. They have their origins as well. And the origin of Valentine's Day, for me, is the origin of the pedophilia, which is the child lovers, and it was due to, like I said, we got an Israelite treatment for that, and I'm not sure the strong on it, who it was, the queen wanting to get with the young son of the leaders in our group, or even the Hermetic tradition or African tradition in that regard. I won't say Nefertiti or all those ancient kings and queens, but it's along those lines that it has its birth there. So, like you said, the origins of Kwanzaa, it's had its day, and it doesn't have its day with me. That's why I tend to be not so engaged in these affairs, the holidays, national or otherwise, because I even struggle trying to keep your own traditions that are in the scriptures, I struggle even with those. So for me, I do have a lot of restrictions on my life. That makes me who I am, because like I say, you stand for something or fall for anything. So me, I'm like, no, I don't get out with them. But like they said, it's a matter of live and let live, So let people be, this is what you learn when you get old, bro. It's like, okay, I ain't trying to, knock nobody hustle. I ain't trying to engage anybody too strongly, because I'm not in that warrior stage. I'm more in that council stage. I'm more into that, it's some healing that goes on too in the counseling stage. But I think everybody needs that, the builders and the warriors as well.
Yeah.
So, but I'm pro. I say the personal thing. Wisdom is the personal thing. I'm going to lean toward more of the wisdom. So, like you said, to talk about Valentine's Day or to talk about Kwanzaa or to talk about any contemporary national holidays, I keep coming back to the training that I have about holy days, which are holidays, which are traditions and values and stuff of that nature. So I have to be careful, especially when we're into this Babylonian, if you would, or capitalistic.
Yeah.
It
is, yeah. Because now we find out, as you know, you go over this, you know what I'm saying? Throughout the year, throughout the decades, Kwanzaa in 1966 is a very prominent year. I'm not just saying because the year that I was born, but me doing some history on it, like years ago. Those like a turning point of black nationalists was going to another level. It goes to show to me that the ones who's like, yes, man, you know what I'm saying, that accept that what the system is, and they play on and get along. It was us as a people who said no. So that's what I'm saying, that we should need to talk about that more throughout this year. And from now on, like the late great Joe Louis, the late great Joe Louis can never really shake that off, because he feel the country does some, did a lot for him, but it haven't, as you know. I told people, you don't believe me, go to HBO special, type in Joe Louis and watch that, and you know what I'm talking about. I'm not gonna give you no more, no less. But also Jesse Owens in 1970, he had to come to grips right now that the black nationalists that was formed in the 60s, that they was right. I mean, we was right.
Yeah, that's what I said. They bring forth that that's on the freedom type, register. When you say the Voting Rights Act of 1964, the Brown versus Brown in 1964, and then 1965, the Voting Rights Act. And like you said, that's right there at that apex of being able to vote, being able to get a proper education, the integration of, the struggle that minorities had, and for black people in particular, right? But we know that there were other, national things that took place. The female liberation and the black agenda they came along the same time. Their struggles were from the same period, the 20s. Because I talked about the Renaissance last time we spoke, even to today, which is almost the same things on the table, even at the 60s. And it's the very same things on the table now when you have these conflicts that we have. And like I said, when it comes to education, still some separations. Politically, the Voting Rights Act, you get some political gain, so you got a whole lot of that political aspirations going on, even if you had the first black presidents, and on and on and on. So yeah, so those conversations are necessary, like I said, to make it even, Yeah, so definitely, like you said, at the era that I was born into, 1960. So yeah, man, that's true. So we do have a culture real strong on just that liberation, about love, and about what they say, liberation, love, and something else. I can't think of it, which is freedom. Even the playing fields. That's why I said, if we're going to be a minority around a majority, we need to be able to live too. Like you like to say, it's about humanity.
Yeah. So then as you know, we have to understand this too. that there was a disconnect of the system. I mean, that did fight for our rights for our people and the black nationalists. It was a disconnect there too. But at the same time, though, for me, I'm happy that they people said, "What you think about the votes right now?" I don't understand. Yeah, I understand the significance of it, but I think that what happened was we lost the communication of self. We lost communication. I said from 1920s and 30s that we did for ourselves. Even though we suffered the massacres all around this country, especially through the South and the East, we still were building about ourselves. And then when we say we want to be part of the system and fight for every right, all this, I feel that's when the problems start coming to picture. And so that's what the black nationalist was talking to me, would let me, that's what it's saying to me, do for self. As you know, throughout the years, me, that's what that's what I'm all about preaching, do for self. How about your brother or sister, no matter what? And I'm not saying you gotta help out everybody, but that's what black nationalism means to me. So that's what I'm saying. We gotta have, like you said, we gotta have more of these discussions. But how many of us are willing to have that? Because what you talking about, what we talking about, that was not that long ago. You hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, like I said, that whole, like you say, shadow banning treatment that you got in an everyday conversation. Well, on a deeper level, as I said, there are still, disparities that have been around forever that keeps us divided as a people, community, and at the larger community on a national level. So, and that's why we engage international communities. Like you said, if you got a billion people, billion plus people that are melanated, and you can't get a handful of them to sit together and even have conversations like this that are really, self-improvement, as you said. It's about self, about informing you, having something to find potential in, in terms of your hope and aspirations,
Yeah. So that's what I want to have in the near future, those conversations. But how many of them, like me and you, converts like that, willing to have that? And it's very rare. Even when we have these discussions like right now, how many of them were willing to stay and to develop a dialogue?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of them going on, and like I said, we got to stop being lazy. We got to stop being dumb it down. We got to stop being whatever. Again, at this stage, like I said, persevere the wisdom, the primary thing. When you are 50 years and over, that's why I said come early so that you can put in a lot of work. And like you said, you can reach back into your war chest and say, man, well, these are some of the conflicts I had in life. Say, man, I got 5 decades of this is a decade, like you said, the 60s, beginning in the 60s. And like you say, so you were there during the time of people that were, even back to the 1800s. You walked a few minutes with them. And so, so you carry that forward in terms of life, you carry that forward, So it becomes one big experience. It becomes one big experience. And again, the key is, I don't have a problem with like I said, the holidays, are now like the Super Bowl. We just had the big Super Bowl and sporting events, music, all of the peripherals that constitute life, that constitute culture, right? That constitutes our value systems, attitudes, values, and norm, which is a culture, So, but like I said, we get real lazy, and I'm stealing from your boys over there in they had that conversation about men on that scale of that gender war, which that's a whole nother treatment. When it comes to that conversation, like you said, that we're having, but we're talking about the the lazy part. It's like, okay, if we're going to hold ourselves out to be so-called, I even hate to have that kind of conversation at my lips, man, about high value men and ratchet women. I'm like, where y'all get that mess from? But I understand that social engineering that creates those kind of situations,
Yeah.
I understand, some of those things. That's why I said even I didn't get away blaming it. Even I, that's what happens when you get older. Your integrity is not as strong as it could have been because you've been doing a whole lot of battles. You got a whole lot of wounds, you got a whole lot of healing to do from being in the battle, on the battlefront. So, in that regard, I'm like, what it is right now. I know this music is killing me. You got this music playing in the background, JT? You got this music playing in the background?
Oh yeah, that's StreamYard. That's StreamYard's music.
Yeah, they drive me crazy. This been going on the whole time we've been on. It's like, hey,
I turn it on, yeah.
Well, turn it down just a little bit. It's probably pretty soothing to people that are listening to the conversation and passing calls. See, I see John, he got it on there. He's like, got the music notes and stuff of that nature. But no, I'll pop off, but maybe you could turn it back on to engage them, Yeah, that's driving me crazy, man. Sometimes I even pause to get my thoughts. I'm like, I'm starting to jam over here,
Yeah. Well, that's what I wish. I wish a lot more people would just go back to history and put the perspective on it, and why it means so much right now. Why they go to let us know that we still got more work to do, as a people. We should never let up, And so the Black nationalism means to me is standing on the steps of the Declaration, the ones that we Deacon of Defense, Vernon Johns, part of the fast Black nationalists. These are the ones that want us to do for ourselves.
Did you say Vernon Jones?
Vernon Johns, yes. You ever heard of Vernon Johns?
Johns or Jones?
Johns, Vernon Johns.
No, I haven't. Turn that music down just a little bit more, Jay, because like I said.
Hold on. Vernon Johns. Hold on, I got this covered. Turn it down a little bit.
Okay, that's cool.
That's good? Okay.
Ooh, it's driving me crazy over here. That's like that.
Vernon Johns he was an attorney, he was a preacher, and he was preaching about we do for ourselves. He was a pastor who was going around the country, and he stand up against the system. And he died, I think he was 75 back in 60, I think in the mid 60s. I believe he passed away before Malcolm X passed away.
Before who?
But Malcolm X. He passed away before Malcolm X passed away.
Sure.
So he was one of those that we don't talk about a lot. I did a story on him on my main channel. I did a story on him.
Okay. Yeah. Like you said, everybody else, they trying to use Thurgood Marshall as that brother that speak everyday language, but he understood, what even the scholars and so forth understood. Like you say, he spoke truth to powers. So that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you say he was an attorney.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people Got everything from Vernon Jones.
Good.
He was
And we
always,
know that everyone that that gets into the limelight, there's thousands that have that same marching order.
Mhm.
'Cause there are thousands of JT out here, believe it or not. There are thousands of Nehemiah Israel out here, believe it or not. You know,
Yeah, so Vernon Jones was something to reckon with, y'all. You need to look him up. So I tell you. See, in this space, they don't talk about people like that. They don't want to talk people like that. Well, I do.
yeah. Again, like I said, it's a whole lot of folk that don't make it over. That's why I said I don't aspire as much as I used to really knock it out the park when it comes to digital marketing or digital revolution that we're engaged in, being able to have a conversation, over the internet about what have you, or even build platforms and engage the public or engage the nation or any, for that matter, internationally. So, and that's why I share this. Man, we got 7 billion people that are just right now. It's not counting the people that have been here. So we don't know 7 billion people. I mean, I might have a handful of social media friends, and just that many more people, like you said, that are on the ground that you know and in your circle. So this does broaden the circle. That's why I said that whole virtual thing, that would put you way out there, but it come and go. So it's easy. Like you said, if you ain't number one, nobody remembers the vice president. Don't nobody remember the chief of staff. Don't nobody remember all the people that were on the cabinet. They just remember that one guy up there, right? Even if they look out, remember him. So that's why I say I don't think that is, like you said, whatever happens, man, I'm not caught up on that notoriety in that fashion. I just appreciate my platform and me being able to, fine tune my voice, etc. Yeah, I've checked. I'm looking at it now. Like I said, I imagine there's tons of brothers like this.
Yeah.
Now, I know that's got a lot to do with that one-term defenestration where people got certain positions in life they can't engage, and there's many people that engage or sit in the cloud, or like I said, that hit that like button. Like you said, you're up to 14 now, so that speaks volume. Heck, it could be that one person that send your message and will be that one that lock step with you one day to actually, walk with you a few steps as we continue on the journey, Yeah, man. So listen, man, I done ran my mouth enough, Jay, but I did, want to pop in. Like I said,
I'm jumping in. I'm jumping in.
that
No,
music,
I'm jumping in, bro, because you make some valid points. You make some valid points that.
but
Again,
you gotta turn that music down. It's driving me crazy, man. AD, I said AD, JT. It drives me crazy. That music is.
Do you want me to cut it off?
Yeah, you have to cut it off for now, cause it's getting to that point where just like I said, I'm more jamming than I'm doing anything. I'm banging on that music, and I'm like, it's driving my conversation, man. It's driving me crazy.
I'll cut it down a little more.
Every time you cut it down, it come right back up, though.
All right, hold on. Let me cut it off. I always cut it back on. That's better?
Man, I'm like, see, what it is, I'm listening with the headphones.
Okay.
That part, it's like it's really creating a lot of acoustics going on that's bouncing off of my conversation in my mind, my little brain that I got, you know.
Okay. Now,
And for me,
yeah, I think that
now I wonder if
I think I think I feel the question is, bro, that how many people is willing to have the dollar that we talk about right now, right
every,
this minute.
I think everybody's willing, you know, but for whatever reason, like I say, when you look at the term defenestration, you'll find that people, like you say, if you have shadow banning, for instance, if you have systemic racism, if you have the unseen hand, you know, so it's called what they call that thing where the many are called, few are chosen, or the talented 10. It's only 10%, whatever, engaged. You don't need 100%.
Yeah.
You know, because you'll never get 100%.
Nah.
Uh, so if it's only 10%, that's why I said 14 is big, bro. You know,
Mhm.
because like I said, it could be that one or two, and we know those are just the people that actually, you know, decide to show some
Right.
love, and
Mhm.
you know you've been around long enough that you know where you get 1,000 likes. You know, if the topic
Yeah.
of people, you know, the algorithm and all that comes together on this and this digital verse that we're engaged in.
Right.
You know that only thing you got to do is stay the course. That you know, like you said, oh brother, I've been around long enough where I've had 1,000 people in my chat room. I've had
Uh-huh.
5 people in my chat room. See, so you've been around long enough to know that it's not that. It's more, you know, staying on course,
Mhm.
or when it comes to the digital arena, it's a format that you gotta have. You really got to, you know, shoot for your hour or your 2 hours. You know, like you said, you could be uh, every day in terms of your narrative, or you could be accountable. You could slow some slides, like you said. You got all those different formats for different times. You know, like you said, when you
Right.
start talking about, you know, uploads and doing pieces on Vernon John, doing pieces on, you know, different people, or
Mhm.
having interviews, or having cooking shows, or having, you know, all of that. You know, you quite the content creator, like you said, that whole underrated thing, that whole number one grinder. It's a
Yeah.
it's a thing that involved that really is. It speaks for itself. I
Mhm.
see my brother Sheed is in the house. Peace, Sheed.
What's going on? What's going on?
It's good.
What's going on? So, yeah, I need to. I'm gonna do a little plug right quick. Y'all can need to check out that video I did. I think I labeled it as robbing the bank or something like that, or robbery. And
Mhm.
it was basically talking about streams of income that you can have just by using your cell phone,
Okay.
or using different apps, just to get you started. Some of them, man, like I know I'm gonna go through a bad area in a minute, but it's one where you just do surveys and you just take surveys, get $25. When they be Family Feud talking about how they survey people, it's because
Uh-huh.
of most of them surveys that they do to people asking, what's your favorite food, what's this and what's that. And you have apps that you can sell stuff on. A lot of people hold on to stuff that they don't really need, or thinking it's in a crunch time, it's worth some money to somebody else. Sometimes they say one man trash, another man's treasure, or whatever you got, might be of some value to somebody, whereas it ain't to you.
That's good to know. Thank you.
You call it robbing the bank?
I think I'm gonna go back and look at it in a minute while we talking, and I put it up. I might put the link that underrated. Might put the link in the description. I mean, might put the link down in the chat. We can, go back and look at it later.
Okay.
And it's just different videos, because we all talk about, in the space about empowering ourselves, but for the brothers that don't have a 9 to 5, and I know Underrated, you always talking about the disabled and helping out and people alternatives. So if you don't have a regular 9 to 5, you can still make money.
Right, right, exactly, and that's all I'm just saying, brother Shay, as you already know. We have to understand. We just cannot just narrow the bracket of just some. We got to talk about all brackets. We all should win. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that you talk about it, and on this channel I can pass it on. You know what I mean? So we can make some money. Let's win. You know what I'm saying? Let's not discriminate. Because it's hurting us. We hurting already.
Yeah, that's a fact, man.
No.
Nobody's 100. Nobody is sitting around with millions in the bank. We all trying to make money and work. Why not work together?
Yeah, that's affiliate marketing. That's what that is. Like you said, it's a software.
Yeah,
Uh,
they have affiliate
this
marketing too. And we do affiliate marketing, but the main objective, is through different apps or different websites. Like Uber just came out with a bike where you can make deliveries for food on your bike. You know, most of the stuff is like a 5 mile radius. They might grab something at McDonald's, take it like a block down the road, a mile down the road. It'll take you less than 5 minutes to ride a bike down there. They give you a carrying case, keep it hot and everything.
right. That's the gig economy. Absolutely. So it is all due to the electronic digital verse. It's the .com boom. That came about. This phenomenon that came about. That adds to the economic landscape. It moves it around a little bit more, and there is a struggle. Like you said, the have and have nots. How do you, like you said, it's almost no reason for you not to have it. You know, uh, it's almost no reason for you not to be able to, get some income and sustain yourself with all of, like you said, and that's why I said when you said robbing the bank, you call it robbing the bank or this is robbery. Uh, are you suggesting that all the opportunities out here, gives you a tool to rob the bank or something of that nature?
Well, the way I was describing it, it's just like robbing the bank because it's easy money, you know,
Okay.
and more in the sense to where, it's like going and getting the money and not really putting in that much work. But a lot of people they look at that 9 to 5 as always work, and essentially doing something besides the 9 to 5. It's like easy work. Most bank robbers they're not working hard. They go in there, grab the money, and leave. You know,
Right. That's what I'm asking. Right. Yeah, I got you, man. That's what we did talk about that earlier about the brick and mortar versus the digital verse. We didn't have opportunities like this. We are 50 and 60-year-old cats, so we didn't have those opportunities. But we really appreciate even what we do have. Uh, so it is opportunity, like you say, across the board. It really is, and that's why I said earlier. I said anybody over 50, they probably should have had an opportunity somewhere between their birth and 50 to figure out opportunities to sustain themselves, and more than likely they have. But it's not guaranteed that everybody did. A lot of people, man, they never did figure out how to sustain themselves, even if it's oppression by means of being locked up all your life or just poor, on public aid or these other uh, constructs that are out here that, put people in whatever position they are, not being able to engage because those numbers we were talking about unemployment and inflation, how that come together. And so that's what I was telling them. I said, people that are out here I said it's just so many people right today, Monday. It call it Blue Monday. It's like everybody trying to get the wheels moving in terms of how they get things going in this nation. On a Monday. So it's like everybody seemed like they moving around. You even sound like you're driving. Brother Riala just popped theirs, said he was driving. So, I said, hey, brother JT and I, we just happen to be some old cats, lucky enough to be able to sit on a computer at 2, 3 in the afternoon and have a conversation.
Yeah. Like I said, man, I just want to do my part. You know what I mean? And I'm just going to be very, very strategically this year who I roll with. That's what it is.
Just out there. Yeah, it really is. Again. And that's why I said we can't be lazy. We gotta. That's the last course you're gonna take. And I got a bachelor's in business, and the last course we call it the capstone course. It's called
Uh-huh.
strategic. It's about strategy. It's called you. What you got to do is bring all that stuff together to have a strategy, like you say, a plan. Because failure to plan failure to plan is planning to fail. So that's absolutely you can't go wrong with that, bro.
Yeah, I'm just pushing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not waiting. I've been like that, but I'm not waiting, man. I'm not waiting. You come. The way I look at it, if you come, you come. If you don't, you don't. But I still gotta keep on pushing. You know what I mean?
Check. And so does all the living. They got to do something. If I say you fire yourself wherever it's at, keep it simple. I think the have and have nots. Everybody got to eat. And how you eating is the whole thing. How you eat. I've always chose to be in that community. I was born in that community,
Yeah.
the lower state, the have nots, if you would, but I just like to call it lower state versus having not, because, like my dad said, you eating, ain't you? I said, yep, got to change your clothes, right? But it's all you should be happy with that. You know, you eating, got to change your clothes, you be content there with. And that's in scriptures now. So, but like I said, Pop, he's a poet that don't know it. you know, and that's that wisdom, them 80 years, 85 years to teach him, that
Mhm.
he's able to pass on to me that I'm like, okay, I see now. But he ain't gonna allow you to, go and get it out of a book. He gonna keep it on top of the dome and keep it, how to kick the hinges off any conversations you might be having with him. And that's what them old folks be able to do. But yeah, man. So, Brother Sheed, you say you out driving?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Careful out there.
Yeah,
What's the weather like?
drive
Oh, you
down Atlanta.
barking,
It's
you
getting a
barking.
little. Let me come back out.
All right. Yeah, man. Yes, yeah, again, welcome to my channel, secondary channel, number one grinder, real talk. You also the number one grinder. This is the underrated afternoon talk number 15. We got the one and only near my Israel and brother Sheed. We here, and we just building, y'all, ladies and gentlemen. You welcome to get on the panel. Let's talk. No, but my late parents always used to tell me this. Whatever you want to put out positive, you want to talk positive, don't wait for nobody. Just put it out there. The ones who wants to hear it, they come, and the ones don't, they just don't.
Right.
And that's the way it is. That's where I'm right now. So
That's why I said, it ain't for those who want it. It's for those. I mean, it ain't for those who need it as much for those who want it. And like I said, it ain't gonna take everybody.
no, I don't.
It's called critical mass. It's like you just get enough to make that thing happen. Get those viralness, and viral don't mean everybody gonna get just enough people,
Exactly.
that's engaged.
It's cool. You know what I'm saying? But you know, like yeah, my parents just said this. You know, not everybody is not willing, but it doesn't mean that you cannot cut out everybody else. And it's true. So I don't know. I just gonna do. The way I look at it right there. I'm just talking. I'm just gonna. I gotta fix the chair. I'm just gonna do my thing. That's it. I'm gonna keep on doing what I gotta do. Keep on improving. That's what. That's the way it is. You know. It's a
Can
thing.
you
J.
fellas see me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, no, I was saying the weather down here is not that bad. But you were saying something to J Bone. Go ahead, Gwen.
No, no, go ahead.
No, I was saying the weather not that bad down here. It was 70 degrees on Saturday. It was 70
Mm-hmm.
degrees. Now gonna drop back down about in this mid 40s.
Mm-hmm.
Is that typical for your area?
Playing with the weather, yeah. Yeah. I mean, but right now, normally you just just stay at a cold temperature. But like I said, for Friday and Saturday, you got about 70 degrees. Then it dropped down Sunday a little bit to about in 50s. Now it's like in the mid 40s.
Mm.
But this morning it was about 30, 32 degrees this morning. 30, 32, 36. So when it comes down to it, yeah, it plays a part, man. And get back into the situation. I was listening to a podcast and the guy, the lady was talking about it, and the lady was saying how as a man or a woman you should be able to do stuff on your own. Don't take on your parents. But the guy was saying in other cultures, the kids don't get kicked out when they 21. They leave when they about 25 or 28, almost 30, when they good and ready, because they able to go on and buy their own house. They still got their parents paying their bills and stuff. What do you think about that?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, different stroke for different folk. 'Cause, you go to Africa, they 12 and 13. Like you said, you go to Asia, they still there taking care of their parents. That's their big thing is taking care of their elders. So, here, like you said, in America, we kind of, if we first world, and I just talked about the second and third world, different stroke for different folks. Because here, yeah, we tend to put them out a little beyond the third world, which is say 18 to 20, and a lot of instances. So when you start talking about sticking around in 30 and 40, even later, it's like that might be. I would like to think. I ain't gonna say upper class. I want to say, or rich folk. They like okay, well, you got 2 years of college, 22. And even coming back into the fall, and maybe if you got a family business, learning some of the ropes there, or work with somebody else from here, so it's so many variables. I think that different show for different folks. Me myself, like I said, I was telling JT, I ain't as close. I'm a non-custodial father, and not as close to my family as I like it to be. And my youngest, 22 and 19, they just left their mom's house. They were with me for a year or so at 12 and 15. And now they are, like I said, are doing their own thing elsewhere. Didn't have the luxury of being able to go to college, what you would have wanted for them. But, even my other siblings' children, different had different experience. I don't think anybody actually went to 4 years of university. But uh, yeah, no, that's kind of like you said, an American tradition. At 18, you're a majority. You're low considered to be a minority, a minor, and you're able
Uh-huh.
to go out there and do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
So even now, I mean, it's really they really you can't touch them children at 10, whatever. As long as they when they able to dial 911, it's like can't take nothing to these kids. So it's a challenge, man. In terms of, I think it's a beautiful thing to be able to hang around that long. I believe in that. I believe that families should stay together for life. And not in the sense that you're dependent on one another, but simply in terms of, I think it's a great business move. I think family is business. I think, like you said, that 25 is a good number. 30, even like I said, Europe, that's how they are. They round to 25 and 30. They're still around their parent before they actually branch out on their own.
I seen videos of Indian kids. They were with their parents until they actually got their own houses. You know, I seen this one Indian guy. He has a TikTok, and him and his girlfriend actually stay in his parents' basement, this
This
in
is
the house,
this is
and one of
different.
the sisters.
You talking about
So
like you talking about
all
like
three of the kids stay there with their
are you talking about India or Indian? Native
girl.
American
Indian,
or Indian?
India,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
but
Gotcha.
they here in America though, you know. But they have
Okay.
a 6 bedroom house, and they sit there and let all the kids come stay with them. The kids save up money, and to a degree, when it's time, for them to go branch out, they got the money for their house. They're comfortable where they're not struggling, and to the degree, they can stay there as long as they like because, the parents need help on the house anyway. And to a degree, they're breaking down the bills. And even if the parents don't need help, they're just saving them money, being frugal. They might go out and have their fun, take their trips, but they have a goal in mind when they sit down with the parents. Well, I want to stay here and save to buy me a house, or I want to stay here till I actually like the girl might say I want to stay there until I get married, and I want to save money so I could put money into the family, because most people they have family business. So to me, along the lines in the community, we got to the point where we're more selfish with the family ties than anything. Because I was looking at a census for my grandmother stayed with my great granddad. Um, it was like in the early early 20, I want to say 20s or 30s, probably 30s or so, and had my uncle, my grandmother was staying with my great granddad, his son and daughters, and it was like 17 of them in the house on the census group. 17 of them stayed in one house, and they made the family work, you know. And then when my great grandmother she married my great granddad, they got their own house. When they had their house, the kids they branched off, but it was to a degree where, you had the issues in the family. You had the kids come back and stay there, or you had the grandkids stay until the parents got on their feet. Then they'll send for the kids and say, "Hey, I got me a house. I sent for them to come stay with me now." You know, and that was that sense of family to where it wasn't about self. Nowadays, grandmas are saying, "I'm not taking care of no grandkids," or they'll say, "If I take care of them kids, you got to pay me." I never heard of such of a grandparent have to pay to take care of their grandkids, and a grandmother don't want the grandkids. I never heard of such. Nowadays I'm hearing this so more than often, but it's coming from young parents and young grandparents that they don't like. My wife, she has this whole notion of she don't want grandkids. I'm like, you old, you 40. I'm
Right.
like, if your daughter go and have a child, you can't stop time. You just have to accept I'm a grandmother. I need to do things. It doesn't stop. It don't stop your life. It stops her life. You know, you contribute to things, but it stops your daughter's life. And I'm like, even with my son, same thing with him. I'm like, it's not a burden for the family if one of the kids end up having no kids. I'm like, this is something that they got to deal with and we just work with them while they're dealing with it. It's our choice because the main thing is family sticking together and working with each other. But kids are not a burden, and a lot of people get to a point where if kids are a burden, you should have never had them in the first place.
Yeah. I said for me the age. I don't. I said the age for me. Well, I said it depends because these days now the parent is not like don't give the child like you got to finish the such and such. So like brother she was saying that you got a lot of young people that I mean not a lot. There are some that having babies younger, and then so when they get trying to get their act together, they still want the parents to be their babysitter. So sometimes they never leave. Sometimes sometimes they never leave. Or there are some they wait till they get married or have family. It varies, but I could say like this. I don't know what age to say. I really don't. I feel like it should be at least about I said like I don't know because times is different now. It really is.
It all depends on the child. When pretty much your kids, and to a degree, when your child is ready, you work with it, and that's like the biggest thing in the community. I always talk about finances because you know a lack of finance, have your child not being prepared for society, you know, not knowing how to pay bills. Like I know some of my friends that didn't know how to pay bills, where to pay them. They'll open the bill, look at the bill, and was like, "What's the next step?" I mean, I see I owe $100 and some dollars. I
Yeah.
see like, how do I do this? And look at the paperwork. See, there's a number on there to call. There's an app or a website you can set up payment schedules, or you can mail it in. But how many people mail in payments? You know, Nobody don't do that no more. Everything is gone digital, and to the degree they have some pay centers, you know, they still have check cashing places to where you can go pay your bills there. And a lot of people still use that service and get charged those fees because they don't know. You know, Especially a lot of elderly people. They still send in their bill money. They mail in a check. You know, and it's come from a lack of knowledge. Like I say, within the community, we don't um we don't work with each other. We don't help the elderly. We don't help the disabled. We don't help our family members no more because it's all about self. And the only time we think about them is when we need them to do something for us. You know, and I've always was taught, no matter what situation or anything pending, you're gonna always need somebody help at one point in your life. To a degree, you can be the richest person, and you do people wrong all the time. That grief might not even come back on you. It'll come back on the next generation. You'll have a son that just can't get right, and you don't know what's wrong with him. You gave him all the opportunities, you strive for him to be the best he can be, but it seems like he always finds danger, destruction, because the life you live, you might have an awesome life, but you know that burden of bad luck will fall on your child.
Yes, true. That is so true. Do you have that app, bro? So you can post it to me so I can post it out.
So about no, that was the link for the video I was doing.
Oh,
I'll pull up that video because what I was doing, I was just going on YouTube because I knew about some of them, but I went on YouTube and looked up, certain things I can do from my phone as far as making money. Because like I said, they pull up surveys, affiliate programming. That's like when you cook and let's say you buy a certain spatula, you could buy a certain spatula and you could put an affiliate link in your bio or description of the video. So while you're cooking, somebody might see the spatula like, yeah, this is the spatula I use, or these are the pots I use, and I got a link in here if you want to hit Amazon for the link. And affiliate marketing, the more people buy from that link, It's, you get a percentage of it. But the thing is, it's it's a niche that you really got to get into that lane. Like when you do it a lot, it's like cooking with Sir. I seen him cook a couple of things, and that'll be something good for him. And it just, if more people start coming for your mukbangs, that could be something you could do. Drop a link to, some different food, or drop a link to, certain things you prepared it with, and there you go. I'll pull up the video now. I'll send it to you. Yeah, because
Okay.
it's a guy that I follow on YouTube, and he just talks about all kind of different hacks to doing things and making money on the side without a regular 9 to 5. And I'm like, literally, this guy, he moved out his parents' house, and he ended up getting 2 cars. He was just renting cars out on Uber. He just find like little stuff to sell in the house. He had an old phone, sold that. You know, it's a guy, Gary V. It's real big in the boom industry as far as
You
tech.
say Gary V?
Gary V.
Yeah, the white boy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he the
So
top dog. Yeah, he up there with I can't think of the other guy's name. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
yeah. So basically, he had a video one day. He was like, he said, "I'm broke, no job. Let me tell you the best way to make money." He said, "Go to the free ads on Craigslist and on Facebook Market." He said, "You don't have a car, but you do have a bus pass." He said, "Take that bus pass. Somebody got an end table giving it away for free. Grab that bus pass, take that end table, get it up, take a picture before you leave the place, and put it on Facebook Market or put it on offer up somewhere." He said, "Sell that thing for like 25, $30. It might cost you $5 to go pick it up and drop it off, but by the time you almost get to your destination, you can tell somebody to meet you at your house or meet you somewhere and just grab and take it. And if they like it, boom. If they don't want it, just head to the house." And he said the biggest thing is you get something free and flip it. That's like I seen the dude on YouTube. He said he first moved into his apartment. He got all like hand me down stuff and just stuff people didn't want. And he ended up getting a sofa set for like $100. It wasn't all that. It was decent. It was just something to sit on. And as he started making a little money, he got something bigger. So he sold that sofa set for like 200. He's like, wow. So he went and got another sofa, stayed with that one for a minute, then sold out. And lo and behold, that's all he did. He'd just go online, buy sofas, and then upsell them on other sites, make his money. And like basically, this is the furniture business he did for 5 years. All he did was kept buying sofas and reselling.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yep.
that sounds like the pre-eBay days. Before Craigslist and before all the other sites that come up now, where you can actually, like you said, Facebook Marketplace. So that, yeah, like even Glendon Cameron with his, doing the garage sales, going to garage sale, buying lots of stuff. You don't know what's in the garage, but when you get it, it's like, you remember the show they used to have on TV, What's Behind Door Number, what's the name of
Storage
that?
Wars.
Huh?
Storage Wars.
No, I'm talking about the other show before that. There was another show. It wasn't like Let's Make a Deal. Yeah, Let's Make a Deal. What's behind door number one, two, three, or four?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember that.
Or it might have been something to that. It was something like that, but it was long before the digital age. Like you said, the digital age really made things. That's why I said eBay. They kind of started like you were talking about. Like I know a lot of my buddies, they would, like you said, buy furniture. They actually started. They got furniture stores, because they had a problem with storing all that stuff. Some of the more successful ones that did garage sales, like Glendon Cameron, that made millions and stuff like that right on eBay. So right now, like you say, drop shipping and all these other avenues or digital selling digital products, selling affiliate products, selling courses of that nature. They're like we're doing they call it masterminding. where you just simply come together like Gary Vee that would join up with some of his peers, Les Brown or even the others that are in that industry. They're engaged like that. They just join up and help each other move it on. Like sort of what like I was saying, JT is good and he's good at engaging different content creators that have different platforms, and they simply converge on different topics. So yeah, that's what's happening, man. No, it sounds pretty clever. I was looking at your channel. I said, yeah, brother Sheed, he really, spends a lot of time on that generational wealth and different, segments of the markets, the economy, and other stuff, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
About
and but these are the channel. Even your channel, these are channel needs to be pushed.
yeah, again, they're there. Like you said, we're in a
And it's
YouTube
not.
world. We're in a YouTube world, and it's no longer mainstream. Everybody on YouTube all day. You might get a few people that are still watching TV, but I guarantee you, YouTube got millions and millions of channels, bro. So that's why I said to get two and three people to watch your channel and click a like on it. That's powerful. It's not the and then doing it in the content creation the way you guys are doing it. I'm talking about that's when you're really in the game. You really doing it when you've been in it for 5 and 10 years, and you weather the Gary V's and them guys. They've been around forever. They've been doing it since the beginning, and they're
Yep.
gonna continue to do it. And they'll get 5 people one day, and they'll get 500 people the next day, and 5,000 the next day. But it's an up and down
Hmm.
thing. They simply stay the course in terms of their, you know, platform and learn how to, like the brother said, you got to learn how to keep your pulse on the market. Cause that's what it is. It's digital marketing. Like I said, digital revolution. So and like you said, the smartphone that you allow, like you said, you go out there and make tons of money just with your smartphone when you understand how to do it. Like you said, the gig economy, that wouldn't be possible without the smartphone. You wouldn't be able to go out there and do a YouTube, a Uber, or Postmates, or you wouldn't be able to drop a Cash App. You wouldn't be able to drop a PayPal. You'd be able to do none of that without the smartphone, and that's all digital. From an analogical, like he was talking about back in the day, where everybody stayed together. Families were brick and mortar; they were analogical. So yeah, you had families after families. You had 4 and 5 generations living in the same house. Be it India, be it early 20s, 30s, all black families were living in that situation. You know, and like they say before, like we were saying earlier, JT, before the '60s pop up when we had the Voting Rights Act and the Brown Board versus Education Act, and we had a few other, most powerful uh, legislation in America. Because we know that the Emancipation Proclamation that really didn't happen, because the Reconstruction period that happened, and they came around and killed it because of Jim Crow. So they would put a lot of things out there. So even this digital marketing is an experiment. Even when you start talking about cryptocurrencies and stuff of that nature, all these are, I mean, experiments of the powers that be, because you get the people that tend to have a better pulse on. They say, "Oh man, well look, how could they, do the market like that so easy?" So that you know that there are checks and balances from powers that are above and beyond, control of the everyday. Because if we're talking about the 1 percenters that they say, just 1% of the people that have, they got it all. 90% of people got nothing. 99% of people got nothing. So it's an experiment in terms of that. A lot of people will say conspiracy, this and that. But like I said, if you were to go and say, okay, how many people are doing $2.4 million that it takes to consider to be middle class when you're able to have the house and car, put your kids through college, which is only two. Like you said, today's time to have proper health care and to have a house, all these trappings of our culture system. 2.4 million. So man, a lot of people just don't have access to that, and it should be because it's enough to go around, but they keep it disrupted by taking away those opportunities to get to that 2.4 million. You know, the education don't mean nothing. So your house ain't worth nothing. They'll do shit. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and you spend all you're in debt for education. You're in debt for your house. You're in debt for all these things. So how did you get your 2 billion? If you're in debt, you'd have bought the package there that experiment that like your brother was saying. There are ways. There are, like you say, people that are putting that information out on how not to fall in some of those traps. How to be a little frugal. Like you say, these conversations that we're having now, they're very important, for what it's worth, for us to talk about it to each other. It's a iron sharpens iron, you know. So it is necessary, because it's there, man. It's like the struggle is real. There is, in my estimation, a positive and a negative. You got to be watching out, to keep it even. You got to be, you know, you're gonna need a lot more positive because that negative it don't take but a little bit. Like they say, one bad apple spoil a whole bunch. If you bring one of those instances in there, it could destroy your whole flow. If it really can. So that's why it's important to like you said, to have these conversations, to keep it positive, to put as much data as you have. Like your brother say, speak on. Get on your soapbox and say your speak and sit down. You know, because that's all it is. It's about, like you said, the digital marketing. If the people are engaged in their platforms, okay, well, here's something that I think that's of value to you. Help support my platform. Here's my Cash App. Here's my PayPal. You would think that it's about a money push, but no, it's about, that's what it takes to be in this economy. It takes, the vote, the likes. It takes the support. It takes, to tie against the negative, to tie it against the haters and all the things that will stop you just from getting the sandwich out the deal, man. I know I'll be going, up and down kind of quick, guys. I apologize for that, but for the most part,
Good.
yeah,
You know, like uh like Underrated said, man, when it come down to it, a lot of channels need to be pushed, but it comes a reality that you got to take into account. Nobody wants to hold themselves accountable. A lot of people on here, they not looking for the knowledge or getting the understanding of life. They just want to be entertained. They turn on this, whether they want to do the entertaining by jumping on there acting a fool,
Yep.
or they just want to be entertained. And like I always say, I don't want to see a 50, 60-year-old guy talking about, I got to get my life together. It's things you got to tweak in life, but to say you need to get your life together at that age is you were lacking in your younger years, not trying to be productive, you
that's what
know.
I said. Say anybody over 50, it's a wrap. It's like, uh, that's why I said come early so you could put in your works. You know, so most people at 50, a lot of people just didn't, like I said, for whatever reason, when they would put in the work. So like JT and I keep, agreeing that it don't take everybody to get it, but then it's
You
a matter
know.
of being who you are. It really isn't about gain. That gain doctrine to say, okay, you got to have X amount of dollars, 2.4 million dollars to be considered successful at that age. That's a fallacy. I said, no, man, it's about you got something to eat, a change of clothes you should be content there with. Everything else is extra. In my estimation, in terms of contention, and that's contention versus gain. Contention versus gain. So if you got a gain doctrine saying that, oh, you got to gain, 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 more, 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 this growth, growth, growth economy. more and more and more, he said, okay, well, I'm gonna run you over, man, because I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission to be the richest man in the camp. I'm gonna be the big guy, and this is
Mm-hmm.
enough room for everybody. Like, man, it's about letting everybody eat. Like the brother said, I put out content so that you could, you know, huh?
Yeah.
Did you? I thought you said hold the thought. Yeah. So that's the truth of the matter in my estimation only. Just my opinion. That's why I said you need the haters, you need the naysayers, you need all of them. Let you know what that ain't something you trying to get with. Because it takes too much energy away. Like the brother said, that entertainment, they there, some just to be entertained, some actually there to actually impart some knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to folk. You know, so, or even there, you know, the understanding on how to, like you say, live life, live and let live, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It just to me it just said that again I'm not complaining. No, I'm not. But I'm just saying when it's going to be the time that when it's going to be a time that we're going to do this together. And just like Brother he go around there, they do have favorites. Just like matter of fact, I did go Saturday night. I did a live about shadow banning that I will post right now. It's right in the chat. And I broke it down. People talk about shadow banning like in like social media. No. We shadow ban each other. She was in there. She wasn't there. Someone I know he's busy. Well,
Turning off the notification, you know, not dealing with each other. I mean, my thing is, if you don't deal with a person, you just don't deal with. That's it, you know. But to a degree, you over there for a reason. Gain some knowledge and learn.
listen, people can say what they want to. They're all about the drama. They don't take it as entertainment. And that's what it is. I look at certain things, it's entertainment to me. And they can say all they want. They say, oh, we want the drum. No, you don't. I mean, you want the nah, no, you don't. No, you don't. So every time I say certain things, it proves my point. Look at Brother C talking about this. He said there's an app that you could make money off if you take survey. It's $25. How many people willing to come to this chat right now and learn and get the information and other information that we talk about? And that's all I'm saying. It
well,
proves.
yeah, the key is, like I said, create the content. It say you build and they'll come. So just put it out there. Like the brother say, you ain't got to have all the answers right away. Just put in some work, it'll come. You know, that's what he just said. He said, do the work, build, and they will show up. So when you start talking about it, said wide and broad is the way to destruction. Man, most people go on with that. My auntie used to always say, man, I don't know why it's this big old black hole and everybody want to go jump in it. So that's why I said it says many are called, few are chosen. A lot of people ain't gonna get it. They just think I don't care what you do, they won't get it. Like you said, until they say black folk. I like to say righteous folk. I like to say people like that. To tell them that they the best thing since sliced bread is the hardest thing in the world to do. They don't really. They like, man, I got to go out there and do like the wicked do. I got to be like them. I got to be about money, money, money. No, you ain't got to do that, bro. But that's that peer pressure at a certain level. But you should learn some of those precepts that I just spoke on. That uh, like y'all was saying, it's about critical mass. Enough people to stay the course. It said when two or three are gathered in my name, enough people to stay the course. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's all that matters. It's like it don't take a whole lot. He said, man, he said one to put 10,000 to flight. You know, so it don't take
Mm-hmm.
one righteous brother. You know,
Yup.
so that's kind of it looks like they losing the righteous book, but that ain't man. Please, you ask me, I'm like, please, no sir, yeah, I got this struggle just like you, man. I'm like, I know how to be frugal. I know how to, get my blessings. I know where I can congregate with brothers and sisters that, about it. It ain't as bad as y'all think it is. You know, like you say, the brother JT got a load up. Brother she got a load up. It wouldn't hurt you to go check it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, brother Polo, if you want to get on the link is in your email. If you want to get on, if not, not no. But yeah, it's like that. So no, I'm not. I remember on one of my god kids, they was telling me, they asked me, they said, "Oh, can I ask you a question?" I said, "Wow, which one to ask?" Why nobody don't join this one? I had the underrated darkness. They said, "Why you don't join? You got information. You talk about different stuff." I said, "I can't answer that."
She asked you what though?
My goddaughter, she said, "Why nobody don't come to your channel? You got
Oh,
a lot of stuff. You got a lot of stuff. You talk about different stuff." I said, "I don't know. You got to ask them."
oh no, they do. That's what I'm saying. They do. And you know, it's like that, like the voice in the wilderness. Man, don't nobody hear it right away, but the whole precept behind the voice in the wilderness that everybody gonna hear. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's for everybody. You understand? So they'll hear it eventually. But then those only people with ears to hear. Those that got ears that don't want to hear it, like I say, the monkey that don't want to see, and the monkey that don't want to hear, and the monkey that don't want to talk. You know, so you just got to find somebody that's trying to hear it.
Yeah.
Like I said, you got to find somebody that's trying to speak it. I have to see it. So if you ain't trying to find it, know that you should be wise enough to know, and a lot of us learn this later in life, that that's just the truth of the matter, and it's always been there. It's always been there. Brother Polo, peace.
Peace to you, brother Polo. What's up?
Man, what's up with this shalom, fellas? I'm just hearing y'all cooking and I'll go ahead and I get my spill.
Okay. You just got off?
I just got out. Oh, no, no, no. I'm still working. What I was saying is I know my brother right here, was cooking. Y'all getting in there, and then whenever y'all done, and I get my take.
Yeah, yeah, you good. Yeah, you good. I appreciate that you showed up. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you.
No
Appreciate
doubt.
it.
I'm here, man. We gotta support the real. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do.
Yeah, 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 you right. Support the real. See, like in this space, no, I'm not gonna complain. I ain't gonna say nothing. But but I also understand that why some people get frustrated when they bring the real. They want to take a hiatus and they don't want to do it. They don't want to do it for a while. I understand. I really do understand that.
That's why I said that answers your question about your goddaughter asked you about a relationship. Like your brother just said, no, I'm here for real. And that's what I'm saying.
Right,
You got a
exactly.
real, you got that narrow path. You said you
Hmm.
taking the narrow path, and that's what is the goal is at on that narrow path.
And you're gonna have some people that in this space that they want to analyze the channel. Oh, he popped it. He come back. They want to analyze the channel. They want to say, "Oh, what you need to do more." and all that. But to me, it still don't make a difference because when it comes down to it, anything that deals with the real, there are some do not want to. There's some don't want to. They don't want to. Oh yeah, he put the link in. Let me hit the like on that. Okay. Make sure I hit like on that so I'll go back and let me hit the like on that. So wait this hold on. Make sure I hit like. Okay, good. Okay.
That was my
Yeah.
bad, fellas. Sorry about that.
Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. She just post something there, the survey that you can listen to a survey and make money. He just posted in there. I already hit it. I just can't save it for myself so I can go back and look at it, listen to it later on and stuff. But I think that that's the key is that to never give up. But like I said, I know how some people feel, so I can't blame them. I do get frustrated, you know. No, you need to do
Well,
more. Go
I
ahead.
think like my bad, brothers. I think like I don't and on what my brother was just saying just a whole second ago about like you know people that that they choose to listen or choose to not hear it or they gonna do what they want to do. See, the good thing about a guy like y'all know who Master P is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows who he is. You know, he really needs no introduction. Thing that was real influential about Master P, and I'm talking about from a standpoint of when you feel like you know people are not listening or people are not willing to accept what you give out and everything, then you have to take matters into your own hand and you got to force feed it to them to really bust the door down to be like, okay, to really get their attention, and then they'll start getting the message, and that's whatever that you do. So that's what I do, and if they choose to jump on the train, hey, that's fine. If they don't, hey, uh, you'll be at the end of the caboose, or you'll be running after the caboose when we go. And that's always been my mentality. Listen, the thing about JT that he does and he tries to give people is the stuff that people don't want to talk about, and they know that there's lingering issues all in our fucking community. Listen, we're trying to build and put shit together, but guys don't want to do that. But you know why? Because we're so competitive that we use it for the wrong reason. Could you imagine if we use that competitiveness, that drive towards each other to destroy each other, to to snitch on one another, to do each other harm or to stab each other in the back? Could you imagine what that energy would be like if we use that into something positive and constructive? But nah, we so busy focused on, oh, we gotta get one up on this person. Oh, I gotta be better than him. Oh man, nah, my J's is flyer than his. Nah, my car is better than his. Oh nah, my woman's booty is bigger than hers. No, I gotta get him. I gotta get his woman, you know what I'm saying? Because she look good just so I can show that I'm better than him. What the fuck? Look what you're doing. And not only are you poisoning yourself, you're poisoning another generation. You're planting a seed. You're planting a bad seed. So, I mean, we have to have that mentality to force feed positivity, to force feed building with one another, to force feed really getting the underlying issue. That's just, and my last point. That's why, like, when you go to the doctor and a lot of people choose not to take medicine. Why you think? Why you think not? Because medicine is not really getting to the root of the problem. You know what I'm saying? That it's just only just making the problem worse if you think about it. Because when you take medicine or whatever, that's not healing the problem. Because after you wear off the medicine, guess what? Your body becomes dependent on that,
Yeah.
and that's when we're dependent on a whole. We're dependent on the white man. We're dependent on master. We're dependent on that person. Oh, I got to depend on JT, man. You know, nah, JT gonna be like, no, let's build together, and I will show you how to take ownership of what the hell you do.
It just for me that let me mention it. So welcome to my secondary channel, the number one grind of real talk. This is your truth, the number one grind of real talk. Soon in a few minutes, fellas, y'all will see my food and everything. Yeah, information, man. Wow, I ain't see you in a while. Welcome, brother. How you doing? Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Anybody that wants to join the panel, I will put my secondary. That's the only way people gonna get on. I'm not gonna put it out there because there's a lot of craziness out there. But I'm just I'm from now on. I'm just gonna be accessible. You know, there it is. Information. There you go. Information, man. If you want to get on, this is my secondary channel. Let me know you got it. You come on if you want. And I'm just being accessible. Oh, she got.
Sorry I was late, Brandon, man. The streaming ran over, man, and I had some stuff going on at work.
Yeah, man. I know you will come. You know, it's okay. You know, we got brother Nehemiah Israel and everything. We keeping it going and stuff. But I think that the key is that we got to keep it going. And it's just like thank you, information
Yeah,
man.
salute to brother Israel, man.
Yeah, thank you, information man. Yeah, the Underrated Darkness, that channel will be back soon. I just Google. Well, you know, that's like that. But that channel will be back and everything. So okay. Oh, he said be back. Okay, gotcha. I got you, Nehemiah. So, but yeah. So just basically it that I'm just gonna keep on improving and keep on doing what I have to do. Keep on bringing topics that we need to talk about. You know, I'm supposed to just do whatever I can. You know, just to help, just be the, you know, aid and stuff. Yeah, information man. If you like, I'm saying it's up to you. If you want to get on, this is my secondary email in the chat. Let me know you sent. Let me know. You see, shoot me an email. Let me know, and I shoot you the link to come to the panel, and that's what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Because that's because we us as a people we there's some people think that we made it. No, we not. You know, and I already talked about the Black massacres. That's on this channel. I did. Matter of fact, you was in it on the chat when I talk about Shadow Band on Brother Polo, right?
Yes, sir.
So you know, so it's in the archives, y'all. Y'all do just go ahead and see it. It's in the archives. So, and I tell people, I would urge people to watch Shadow Band. That is very, very important. No, yeah, I do. Yeah, that's my secondary one information, man. That's my secondary. The other one you have, keep that one. But this is my secondary. Yeah, this is my secondary one. Yeah. So if you send it to me, let me know so you get on the panel. But people think we made it. People think, oh, nah, we ain't made nowhere. Well, do we make some progress? Yeah, but we still got ways to go. You know, and we're under attack more than ever. We spread apart. We spread apart between the black man and black woman relationship. But I still say there are some good that we doing and stuff like that. So, and we need to acknowledge that too. Like Brother Polo, he is married, happily married, and he with his wife and his kids. Why we don't salute that, I don't know. We should, but there's space. Black men do not. Black man's not. They hate black women. You know, and he.
And the
Oh,
thing,
yo, it's crazy.
hey, JT, brother Israel. Hey, and I don't know if brother Israel married. I know JT situation, but Listen, I don't give a. Hey, you know, JT, you know my mentality. I don't give a fuck if anybody salutes it or not. What's important, you know, about us, JT, is that the people within our circle salute it. You know what I'm saying? Your kids salute you. Your wife salutes you. Man, even your own family members. I don't care what they say. I love them and everything like that, but they gonna judge what they judge anyway. But as long as I'm providing and protecting and trying to bring a level of prosperity to my family for generations. So when I'm not here no more, God bless them, and they'll be all right. Hey, I done did my job. So
Yeah.
I care less if they saluted or not.
But what I'm saying that we need in this space, we need to salute that. Even we need to salute brothers like me that are single, that are still preach about family, preach about relationships. You know, hey, I mean, like even women talking about there ain't no good like woman, like man, there ain't no good women. There's good women out there. I mean, like, but also there are brothers out here need to support men's talks. Yeah, they support certain men's talk, but they don't go to the root of it. They don't talk to the root of it. It's all about bashing. What about encourage? You know, and that's what like for me. I can have man's panels and bash man all day. I can do that, but that's not my intent. Now, do I hold man accountable when I have these man's talks in the morning or sometimes in the afternoon? Yes, I do, because we got to make sure we hold yourself accountable. Yes, but I want about trying to encourage the man. I want to encourage. But these men here, they don't want to do that. So if you don't want to encourage the next man, you stay away from here because you come over here. I don't care. I know you, know you. I'm cooking you, and I don't care. I don't care how many subs you got. I don't care what prestige you got. I'm cooking you. 2022, I'm cooking. No, if you do not have any resources to help the man to succeed, don't come over here. It's bad enough that us as black men, we don't get along with each other already. Men, period. That's what I'm trying to bridge. I want to bridge the gap. That's what I'm trying to do.
That's facts.
That's what I'm
Because
trying to do.
a lot of what we go through, Grinda and brother Israel, is what a lot of what we go through is our own doing. Uh, I give you a prime example. You know, a lot of guys they be like, man, well, you know what I'm saying, man, I ain't progressed. I ain't done nothing. I ain't got no good job. Well, okay, have you applied yourself? Oh well, man. Well, you know what, man? It's like we got a fucking excuse for everything. Well, man, I ain't got no friends. Da, 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 da. Why the fuck you focus on friends? But you know what you need to be focused on is how you gonna better yourself. But before you can sit up there and try to better anybody else, you need to better yourself. And JT is right, nigga. Don't try to get up on here and try to cook somebody, and then when you run into a brother like a JT or like a brother Israel or like myself, and you're not standing for anything, and you're not putting any facts behind what you say, you can't get mad and get all emotional if they check you on that shit. And there's nothing wrong with holding each other accountable. That's our problem now. Niggas get mad when a man holds me accountable. If I'm doing something wrong, hey, I want brother Israel to be like, man, Polo, you out of line, you out of pocket, my G. Or I want JT to be like, man, come on, Polo, you got to do better than that. As a man, but we don't take constructive criticism when we take it as constructive criticism.
You don't want to, bro.
Yeah, that goes toward that iron sharpen iron thing, like you said. Correcting each other. It's hard to correct a fool, like you said. He'll hate you, but those that are wives and those that are, like you said, looking to self improve, they're gonna appreciate you. They're gonna love you when you do that. You know, so yeah, it's important, like you say, to put that on the table, to even be able to know the difference, right?
Yeah.
That's what it says. You know, we got to know the
Yeah.
difference between,
Hmm?
you know,
Yeah. Oh,
Jay.
oh, I'm just saying this much. Because after this, after that, I'm going to take the food because I'm going to show you my food. But the thing, this is my thing is like this. When you have some man that is trying and they give it all they can, no matter if they're a family man, no matter if they single or whatever, and you keep on silencing that person, you keep on silencing, you know what's going to happen? You know what's going to happen? They gonna take themselves somewhere else. And you know what's going to happen? We going to lose out. And I'm just saying, I'm just like this though. I've been in this space for a minute now. And I see things come and go. Just as you know, brother Polo and big bro here, brother Israel, brother Nehemiah. We seen it. And I know the information man here, he see it too. They are in this space. There are quite a few fake brothers and sisters. They are fake, and only just want you for your downfall. And I say this, and I don't care what anybody think of me. I don't want to be around it. For heaven's sake, let's do whatever we can. Learn from the ones in the past and build. You don't have to have money and build. It's nice if you have it. Let's start from ourselves first and stop building the ones that already damn have. Let's get the ones that is needed. So that means that you gotta push yourself. That means you got that means you have to go beyond and branch like I do. You feel uncomfortable. Nah, we don't want to do that. Nah, we don't want to do that. No, we too good for it. Nah, no. Takes a lot. Takes a
I
lot.
don't think you gotta, like they say, them big eyes, little U's. You know, I don't think you gotta knock down the big guy if he got there organically, righteously. You know, so I don't think that's necessary. So some people actually put in work that's worthy of reward in that fashion. You don't see it a lot because it's like right now, per se, like for example, in the Negro Manosphere, there's a big pull on the Pookie and Ray Ray versus the so-called high value man. You know, that's almost like, okay, the high value man is really, talking about how great he is, and no one has said that. That's just the underlying argument is that, hold up, you didn't get there. You know, you start out as a Pookie, right? You know, you start out as a Ray Ray. Now you forgot. It's a lot of argument there. So, but again, there's nothing wrong. I ain't gonna say blow your own horn, but there's nothing wrong with being able to receive, just due for your work, because there's a double honor that goes for people that do it righteously. So those, like you said, those that are are torn in line, doing, spreading the message, they deserve double honor. They, like you said, they had skin in the game. They've been doing a lot of battles, man, to come out on top. That's a hard thing to do, man. When you understand, like I said, when you get in your 50s and 60s and you've been doing some battles, you're like, man, uh, I got to keep going, and then I don't think I'm gonna make it to 80. That's how rough it comes out in a lot of cases. But I don't think it's necessary that I think there's room for everybody. Which is to say, it's like a lot of people don't like the social political evaluation in terms of like how things are structured. Because they're like, okay, if he got uh, it's like the states that get like the like you voting in terms of voting when you have the popular vote and then you have the what's that other one, the Congress vote, not the Congress, what's the other one,
Electoral college.
the electoral college, right? So how is that possible when you have all these people have said as much, but then you get this very electoral people to say so much. And that's based on what I'm saying, that if they got it righteous, they should get that double honor, and they should have that. Just like I said, you could get one man that could put 1,000 unrighteous man to flight. So there's nothing wrong with that person that David and the Goliath, if you would, or speaking truth to power. Ain't nothing wrong with being an underdog and coming out victoriously and winning. You know, because like I said, that whole it's easy to get caught up in the accolades and walking around, you know, I'm the baddest dude, I'm the big man on the campus. That's the biggest problem that you got. But like I said, that whole it's like when you look at this, for instance, the like I said, the socialists, they believe that doctors, lawyers, and everybody should get the same, you know, income, making it even for everybody. Well, there are a lot of people in the capitalist tradition. They're like, oh no, how is that possible? How the doctor gonna make the same thing as the janitor is gonna make? You know, or and I'm like, it's a lot of truth there because
Yeah.
they believe that everybody get one vote. It ain't like because like I said, electoral college got a heavier weighted vote, and you guys not even in the stock market. They call it VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
The weighted votes. So it's a whole lot that you got to consider. It's not as simple as it looks.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, that's that. Like I said, when the righteous is corrected, he gonna love you. When the unrighteous are that fool, he gonna hate you. He gonna hate you correcting him. So that part gotta happen, man. That whole you know wicked and the righteous, simply walking together. And it ain't like they walking together simply; they just exist together. I see you, bro. Is that the what you call it?
I call it casserole.
Casserole. Yes, yes, yes.
I
Casserole.
call it casserole.
Right. Yeah.
My own
It,
casserole.
it had been in the oven already.
I just took it out.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I let it slow cook. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So what I did to it, Polo, maybe you didn't listen to other people. I made it up, and I had some ground beef. Ground turkey. I cut up some Italian sauces and some elbow macaroni. I feel like let me mix it up. I was gonna throw some breadcrumbs, but I said nah, that's gonna be too much. Then I cut it up, mix it up, and I make it as a casserole. And it's just good. It turned out good. Yeah,
You're gonna be
and then
sleeping
I,
about
I add some
5
cheese.
minutes, man.
And I add some cheese and some tomato sauce in it.
If I ate a bite of it, I'd be sleeping 5 minutes, man.
Yeah, JT. Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, Israel. That's facts, brother. Israel, man. Hey, look, JT, you making a nigga hungry right now, brother.
Boy, I'll
No,
be like, okay, okay.
these, dog. I told you before, I'm nice with these, man. I'm nice with these, yo. I'm nice, yo. I can say I'm nice with these, man. I tell you,
uh, hey, see, hey, that's the way to a woman's heart and a
that's
man's
part
heart.
of mass. And let me tell y'all, this part of masculinity, this part of feeding your family.
You gotta tell me, man. You know, I
They don't
was.
know. They don't know. They need to know that. Y'all know, but they don't know. This is part of masculinity. Not everybody can do what I do. I know
The
for a
best
fact.
the best chefs are definitely, the brothers, but like you said, to keep it simple, the sister can make it happen too,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, fact, hey, fact, brother Israel. That's fact.
I'm just saying that there are people that, oh, you shook down because not everybody can cook. Because see, when you feed yourself, that means you can feed your family.
What I said is that whole sustainability thing. That's what I was saying about that socialist. They're like everybody get a plate, everybody get it. But when it
But
comes to the game, the area we in, it's like, man, look, we use the food stamps. That's about it. And it's like it's crazy how the disparity and the division is so wide. Like you said, the 1% of argument, 99% of the people getting, it's like the American experience where we 5% of the population, but we're using 40% of the resources. So that right there is a
that's
disparity,
facts.
none other. And it's like, how is that possible? How is it possible that you guys get all of that and everybody else get this? It just doesn't make sense. That's just the
Let me
world we in.
let me ask you something though, brother Israel, because you're touching on something real deep that a lot of brothers really don't even want to talk about. Now you brought up socialism and social and also capitalism. Now, do you believe that? Like, and I know some people might find this offensive when I ask them this. Do you believe that socialism and capitalism go hand in hand?
Well, if you get a
Like they're
brother like,
parallel to a certain extent?
yeah, if you get a brother like Cornell West, he'll do a hybridization of it. He'll bring it together. He'll say, okay, well, I'm both. I am. He used one of them big old words, And
Yeah.
I love that brother. He like I forget the organization that he heads up, but he talks about the Democratic Socialist or something like that, just to stop from saying that he's socialist and just to stop to say that he's pure capitalist. So he gets that medium, which one particular program ain't gonna work wholesale, and neither is the other. I agree with him in that regard. I would agree with him in that regard. If, say, for instance, the mantra that goes about mainstream right now, build back better. It's like, well, how can we put it all back together better than it was before? If you know uh, things have went raggedy, meaning that white supremacists losing this grip. Well, how do we get back to that? That's what the white supremacists are saying. How do we get back to those kind of situations? Like I said, and they will say that they purely capitalists or are they purely socialists or saying that they're only looking out for themselves. So it's like I would like to say that brother Cornell, he uses both, but just like at the same time, he'll come around and have that collar on saying, I'm a minister. I'm like, hold up. So I believe in the love doctrine wholesale. I'm a Christian, I'm an Israelite Christian. So I understand, that like I said, it's all about love. Love is keeping of the commandment, which is like I said, uh, subjective, because it is not for everybody. Everybody gonna get it.
No, they're not.
But if they pay attention, like you said, if they come over here and sit down and listen, if they would listen to the brother Grind, if they listen to the brother Polo talking about his family, what I heard thus far, if they would listen to people different messages, it said we should try the spirits and see if they be from on high. Meaning that you should hear every argument, every treatment, like he says about humanity. Let's listen and see if it's right. We're gonna get it. We're gonna hear it. That's why I said, brothers hearing it. You stay out there long enough, your second channel be bigger than the old channel. Why? Because you putting in the work on your second channel. You know. Now it's a lot of energy that comes from the second channel. I mean the first channel. Everybody know who the number one grinder is. Already. Cause that brother put in that work on the Underrated Darkness channel. He had that same, you know, tradition over on the Underrated that I am the number one grinder. He brought the same thing over here in terms of creating another platform to put forward, his narrative, his tradition. And like I said, you try that. What I found is the brother love to speak to humanity. The brother love to speak to righteousness. He even talk about a little sports. He even talk about his food. He even talk about music. He talk about tradition of different people. You know, so I'm like, I haven't found any unrighteousness here. I haven't found it. Again, being a man, I know that, especially a man of 5 decades, that he's had his battles. He gonna always remind himself and to let people know that, man, you know what? I used to be scared of you. I ain't scared of you no more. So I already know that there ain't gonna be no fight, that you're gonna beat me up. But I'm gonna let you know right now what time it is. So that's wisdom, man, to let you know straight out that you're gonna win a few of these battles, but I really am, here for the duration. I'm here for the duration. That's what it's all about. Said, consider the end of a man conversation. It is uh, uh, a process, not an event. So no, brother Polo. To answer that question, I simply think that it's a hybridation. It's about love and not gain and not, you know, just the socialist, meaning, because I know my dad like to say, man, they put a water well down there in Africa, so will nobody take care of it? Because they thought that was the answer, just to give. Well, we know, like we keep reiterating, it's not for those who need it, but those who want it. Only those that's going to come to the big party ready for it, because you can give it away, man, and more, they don't treat it like garbage, man. Treat it like garbage. Did I answer it? I mean, did I give a decent answer there, brother? Polo?
I'm still here. I had to step out for a second, brother Israel. Yeah, that was it was an informative answer. Now, here's the thing. Here's the reason why I asked you that. You touched on it perfectly. Like they'll look down, like on somebody. Like let's say we all go to dinner and we with our significant others. Brother Israel and JT. Let's say me and brother Israel and JT all start talking about capitalism. You have people within our own community that frown upon that, and I'm like, okay, you should actually study capitalism, to better it for yourself. You know what I'm saying, and for your family. You know what I'm saying. But now, if you're doing it to be evil because you can do capitalism or even socialism for that matter, and use it for to take advantage of people, to do it for negative reason, for negative reason. But if you're doing capitalism, what I'm saying, okay, I'm gonna keep it within my camp. Hey, JT, hey, I got a business, what I'm saying, proposition. What you think of this? Hey, brother Israel, hey, if we do this and we form this, then we'll be able to do that. That's why I listen to a lot of Pastor Dow. I don't know if y'all know Pastor Dow.
You're bargaining real bad, bro. You're bargaining real bad. Barely.
Can you hear me now?
A little bit. You might have to go back out and come back in. No, you might have to go back out. Talk again. Say it again.
All right.
Yeah, you good. Go ahead.
I'm gonna. All right, my bad. I was probably in a bad area.
Wow, he bumped out. He come back in, man. Yeah. Yeah. You can go ahead and talk in my Israel. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, again, welcome to my channel, my secondary channel, number one grind of real talk. We got Nehemiah Israel, then Brother Paulo, most like he be back in the bad area. There you go.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Don't worry about
I had put myself on mute, but no, that studying capitalism is a truth. Yeah, you must study because again, as I said, you got to eat. If you don't work, you don't eat, right?
it.
Well, you know, uh, that's a social treatment too. Social capital. Again, you hear people say that all the time. Social capital. It's like, what did I say? What are you saying, man? Well, it's all about. It's a study of the arts, which is social capital, democracy, on and on and on. It comes into the study of the arts. It's a liberal treatment to different things, monetary policy, food and economics of that nature. So yeah, you must study it. So again, like we already said that it's about business. Yeah, your family. If you're going to be provider and protector of your family, how you going to do it? Without some of those things. Again, I'm going to say love every time. Everybody like, man, you can't eat love. I'm like, money can't buy me love, and woo woo woo. Because he was talking about, or I'm not sure if it's him, somebody else was saying, uh, you can have all the money in the world and treat people bad. It's going to show that. It's going to show up in that assessment that you just heavy on the money, but you fail it over here on that. A lot of people are like, well, give me the money every time. A lot of people choosing the money. They're like, man, well, let me have the money. You can have the love. I'm like, well, I'm rocking out with the love, man. I'm sorry. But what is love? Can you eat it? What that one sister say? Uh, love ain't nothing but a secondhand emotion. I'm like, no, that's the wrong treatment. Sisters, y'all looking at it from a different treatment. Again, love is obedience. Love is, like I said, the keeping of the commandment. Only, what do that mean? That means love God, love your neighbor as yourself. If you do that, you got it all. If you got your neighbor, like we keep talking about, those that are being rewarded, those that are appears to be, catch a struggle, and you like, well, extend a hand to that brother. Extend a hand to your neighbor, like you said. If your channel catch a head, come on over here, man. We can help you shore your channel up. At least, like you said, that's the way it should be, because you already understand the mandate. Man, I got to help my brother out. I got to help my sister out. Come on over. You interview me, I interview you. See, that's what's her name? Love. What's that sister name? Love something.
Lady Love.
Lady Love. So it's a beautiful thing, man. To be aware in it, but not of it. Okay, I'm in it. I'm in this tradition of walking around with dollars in my pocket, but it says, it asks all things. It's about that's the corporate treatment. But again, I think the skillful person is able to, like I said, to understand that it's more to it than that. I see you back. You want to give it a shot, big bro? Me, baby bro, Polo.
I'm sorry, man. How much of me did y'all hear, brother Israel and JT?
Yeah, you were saying that we should study capitalism.
Yeah, well, I I was cornered at the dinner table one day, JT and Israel, and I was the odd man out in the way of the way that we studying capitalism. This is one of the examples that I was trying to say. Like, okay, they don't want to teach us how to be landowners, how to be home ownership or anything like that. You got to go through all this BS, right, brother Israel? But check this out. Okay, me, JT, and brother Israel, we're gonna start our own group to that will help our people into the blueprint into becoming homeowners or landowners. Or another example that I brought up is, okay, like with credit. Yeah, they'll come with all this BS, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you got to get your credit right. You got to do this, you got to do that, or whatever. But really, half the time, they just want to take your money. No, we're going to get to the root of the problem. Me, JT, and Brother Israel, we're going to start our own credit repair service. And not only that, we're going to show you, we're not going to charge you no arm and a leg. And on top of that, we're going to do more of what these other people trying to do instead of trying to chip you for your money. And my final example is, okay, yeah, we want to get into computers and people talk about all this coding and stuff like that. What you really need to get into is cybersecurity. Well, okay, hey, this is what they want to do, brother Israel. They'll be like, yeah, you can get into cybersecurity, JT, but you know what? It's going to cost you $5,000 and da 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 da. Right? Okay, no problem. Me, JT, brother Israel, we're gonna start our own cybersecurity school. We're gonna read up on that shit, and then also we're gonna give other guys the path and the blueprint on how to do cybersecurity. So that way, brother JT, we won't have to struggle to get a state, federal, or government job, unlike the other white folks or other descent or other ethnicities. Well, they could just walk right in there when we already had a credential. So they try to make it harder on us. So that's what I mean. They always trying to make it harder on us or whatever. And when I was the odd man out at the dinner table, brother Israel, man, I was like, man, y'all people not understanding what I'm saying. I'm using the capitalism for good reason. I'm not trying to be selfish with it.
Yeah, I could dig it,
Hey,
man.
Almond Brown, how you doing? Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I could dig it. It really is.
Beautiful Almond Brown. Thank you.
Yeah, it's important, man. Like you said, to have those conversations. So if you simply said, okay, and I just simply heard you saying that, people don't believe in, you know, cause when it comes to capitalism, the main thing on the table is competitive advantage. So if those halves, they want to keep their competitive advantage for the have-nots. They really do. They don't want you.
Facts.
They don't want to teach you what it is that makes them better than you, or a group of you, or
Right.
any of the competition. They just want to stay ahead of the competition. So that's that doctrine again. That's that whole thing about the game philosophy. Like I was telling them, I said, well, I was sharing Black History Month. I said, well, you look at the Reconstruction period where blacks were given the right to vote. They started creating their own businesses. They had their own communities, and they were prospering. Well, the larger community said, oh no, can't have that. And so they introduced. Uh, they wanted to say they wanted to tear down the walls of segregation. And this is just like something I just reviewed because Black History Month is on the table. Where it's a lot of those type of blogs and posts going on. So the they destroyed the minority community, which is the black community, with that Jim Crow that took away the opportunities that was afforded in these communities that which was JT, Brother Polo, and Brother Nehemiah. See, they had gotten together and they started building banks. They started building credit unions. They started building schools,
Yeah.
hospitals. They started building all these things. And well, the the neighbors, if you would, they wasn't having it. They like, oh no, shit, who gonna buy mine? We had something going on here. You know, uh, more, mostly oppression and mostly, free labor and free all of this and that from these particular people. So when they became competitors, they weren't having it. And we still got that now, like we were saying, like Brother said in his shadow banning treatment, the systemic racism and or the not so obvious uh, oppression. It's like it's systemic more so than anything. So that part, that like you said, it's all about business. It's all a market. It really is. So that part will never go away. I don't think. As long as we're here. Now we could, like I said, I could do the hybridization thing. I could bring a little the best of this and the best of that. Like I said, if the so-called conversation is saying, build back better, it's a white supremacist argument, and you see a lot of brothers, tagging along because you get a lot of the mainstream. They got the best of the best to bring forth their narrative. Why should you reinvent the wheel by digging in and, like I said, keep destroying all of your work just to be co-op or, like I said, that control opposition just to be given into another narrative. It really is. It's like you really got to, like I say, stand for something far from anything. So
Yeah.
you really got to understand that whole JT Polo Nehemiah uh, struggle, trying to be competitive. It's going to never stop. It's always going to be, like you say, it's going to be a building process that must take place as many times that you're destroyed.
Yeah.
Uh, just like like I said, the Soviet Union trying to get at Ukraine right now. Well, they got these propaganda tools that are partial to that. So the Ukraine's trying to get into the NATO. They trying to make alliances with another fraction of thought, which is a separation, and they try to be competitive with them. They don't want to be competitive, and Russia's like, oh no, they'll bring in other slim hands to say, okay, this is why we are doing it, you know, and and,
Yeah.
and you have that thing taking place, like the brother said at the dinner table, that it was a force at the dinner table, not understanding, the choices that he was trying to put forth, in terms of his narrative. So, well, at the dinner table, I'm the odd man out. Well, you're Ukraine. You stuck
Right.
between a hard place in a rock, which is, the NATO and Russia. And just trying, because they've already had that war, the Russia, Ukraine, it's nothing new. You
Uh-huh.
know, they right there, they neighbors to each other. But then that's that fine dividing line, like you say, with that social, social uh, social capitalism. It's social economics, but a lot of people want to use that economics to say capital, meaning that they don't even engage the economics and in the social and the socialist treatment. I'm like, that's not true. So
Mhm.
no, man. I understand that. I understand. When you have those.
Uh,
Yeah. Go ahead, bro.
uh, oh, my bad. I was gonna say this, and just to piggyback. I'm just gonna talk just a little bit, just a couple of seconds. But this is what I was gonna say. It's like, okay, in California right now. Well, it was going on for maybe about, I say about 2, 3 years. Because JT had asked a question the other day to a lady about, I think they were supposed to be closing the Inglewood school system or something like that over there in LA. If I'm not mistaken, I forgot her name, but she was explaining some stuff. But see, brother Israel and JT, what was going on in California, and stay with me because there's a point to what I'm trying to make, was the thing called, y'all know, gentrification. And pretty much they were driving, everybody was in the poverty stricken areas, stuff like that, projects, all that stuff. They moved over to places like Bellflower and Victorville, places like that. You know what I'm saying? The outskirts of LA. Well,
Oh,
my
I got a
family,
niece out there in Victorville. I know what you're talking about.
right? Exactly. Yeah, my family went out to Victorville, and guess what, brother Israel JT? They were living on Hoover, and Hoover is one of the worst streets around there. You know what I'm saying? Like I gotta walk with my cousins, type stuff. You can't walk like alone, stuff like that. But basically, what they were saying is that everybody was going, were all the white folks and stuff like that, and people from different ethnicities, stuff like that, that were not black or whatever, and were middle class or higher, were coming to those areas, and they started to clean it up, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Make it a little bit better and stuff like that. And then they were, sending the people that were living in those poverty-stricken areas, somewhere else or whatever, or they were moving to those type of places. Well, see, I'm like this. We should have the same mindset. I'm talking about as a people, to do that when it comes to capitalism. Look, for a long time, guess what, brother Israel and JT, they didn't want us to do what? They didn't want us to learn how to read. They didn't want us to learn anything. You know why? Because we were finna pretty much invent all the shit that you see now, such as Gary and Morgan, such as George Washington Carver, such as even the influential guys that came with the aspects of organization, like a W.E.B. Du Bois or like a Booker T. Washington. You know what I'm saying? When it came to the NAACP. But anyway, the thing about it is that if we had that mentality like that, brother Israel and JT, like a gentrification type of mentality, or when the term comes to and apply it to capitalism, man, we would be so cohesive as a people, man. It wouldn't even be it. So it would be we would blow the socks off of people in every type of realm. And you got people that's trying to do it, but what do we want to do, brother Israel? Oh man, that business ain't nothing, man. Just because that guy got 2 or 3 customers or something like that. Oh man, you a fitness instructor? Nah, no, you ain't, man. Man, you ain't got nothing but 1 or 2 clients. Okay, at least he's on the grind. You don't know how hard it is to start a business or everything. But think about it. Our people are struggling with diabetes. Our people are struggling with heart disease. That's the number one killer. Our people are struggling with high blood pressure. Our people are struggling when it comes to physical fitness. Don't want to get up off the couch. It's just examples like that when we laugh at each other for trying to get something started, but we don't never we're becoming we shoot ourselves in the own foot, man. Don't want to support each other. If brother Israel, brother JT tell me something in my last point, If they tell me something, hey, brother Polo, hey, we trying to do this, we trying to do that. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna break bread and we're gonna break bread to make bread. Hey, I'm all in on it.
Yeah, I'll give you one better than capitalism, as I keep saying, and that's love. Love doctrine is better. You know, I say so. I think if we would love each other, like the young brothers like to say here before we be, we would love one another first. Oh man, we got the capitalists beat. Because hell, they fighting each other right now on those terms, gang doctrine. The race.
Right.
Building up other races. Weapons of mass destruction. It's like all of that. So
Right.
we open it up by saying it's political in terms of economics and socialism, capitalism and socialism, and a whole lot of other children and grandchildren of those particular narratives, liberalism, conservatism, on and on and on. I say love. A lot of people like, man, what is love? Like you said, it has been thrown under the bus so far, people don't even know what it is. Say love.
Yeah.
I mean, people have no clue what it is. But what I'm hearing is, man, if just two of us got together, that's all it takes. Like I said, it's critical mass. It's like it don't take everybody. It don't take but a handful to, like you said, come together. Do it mean that we, like I said, want to practice capitalism? Because I'm like, in the love tradition, it says money. It said money is good. Because you got one tradition saying the love of money is the root of all evil. Well, you got another tradition that says money is good. Well, that sounds to be different. Well, only when it comes to, you know, for things, So you got to make that correlation between things and money. You got to always, like to say, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And that's what the love of money will do, is throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, what the brother OJ say, for the love of money, man, please. He broke it down. OJ said they are selling precious body, and again, that's just in the, you know, contemporary treatment of it, of what it is. But I think in general that that's a bad example to capitalists. Socialists fails because the love has failed as well. So socialists fail because to give them, like I say, like I was saying, if you don't work, you don't eat. Well, the social treatment will have everybody working, but you have people that are at the helm of things and they're corrupt themselves. They be like, hell, we got the power over the people. We can do what we want to do. So there's no checks and balances in that regard. Capitalism don't have any checks and balances either because money is king. You know. So I think both of those are poor treatment. You know. And like you said, there's people that got a better treatment if you want to, like you say, take a George Washington Carver or any, like you said, a Thurgood Marshall, on and on and on, people that made contributions to, that was, instrumental in framing some of these conversations. So a lot of people, they just don't know about that which is better. The, you know, what comes across mainstream. Yeah, Jay.
Because, oh, my bad, Grinder, my bad, bro.
No, I thought he says that was you. Go ahead, Polo.
No,
I'm
I
here. I'm
thought
here.
was Grinder finished say something. My bad.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go on, Bill.
No, well, because like for instance, you know this brother Israel and JT, you probably know it too. Okay, Madam C.J. Walker, who did they have to go through in order to get finance, in order to get everything started for their business or the business that she was trying to do? They had to go through Booker T. Washington, and like a lot of people don't know this. Y'all probably know it. Booker T. Washington had so much power. He was so intelligent him and W.E.B. Du Bois. That's why they kind of clash with a lot of things, because a lot of ways they deferred in it, but the goal is still the same in terms of when we talk about the NAACP. But anyways, listen, he had so much power that there was white folks coming to him. You know what I'm saying? Like they were coming to him, asking him questions about certain things, or getting the okay for him. You know what I'm saying? So when Madam C.J. Walker wanted to, get, you know, I guess you could say the okay to do what was necessary for her to get started and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? The power rested in Booker T. Washington's hands. Well, shit, that's an example right there, brother Israel. You know why? Because okay, he took everything. He took matters in his own hands to be able to study, to be able to know, know how to use your resources. You know what I'm saying? So that you can become the resource. Like JT, just from talking to him, he wants to be the resource. Yeah, I'm gonna use your resources and everything, but I'm gonna be the resource. Brother Israel, just from talking to him, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna pick it up. I'm gonna study. I'm gonna get all that. You know what I'm saying? But hey, nah, eventually, I'm gonna be the resource because I'm gonna be able to. As a man, we gotta provide anyways. We gotta protect anyways. So the first word I said was provide. And that's what's got to be in our mentality, and that's what I was telling these people at the table, brother Israel. I was just like, y'all don't even see, y'all so used to working. Oh, well, you know what, man? I gotta go to work. I gotta go to work, man. You don't work all your life, and then you're not guaranteed another. If you live, God bless it. You know what I'm saying? At 60 or 70. Oh, you want to travel the world when you're 50 or 60 or something like that? Not trying to offend anybody, but you got people out there that oh yeah, I'm gonna work all this year, giving all this money, slaving for a company that don't care nothing about you. Yeah, they might give you the pension and everything, but at the same token, they know that you're not guaranteed to live on this earth for a certain for a certain amount of time, and then once you retire, guess what? Then you gotta go. You gotta meet your maker. No, we got to change that mindset. Hey, brother JT, brother Israel. We got our own business, and you know what? Not only do we own our business, you know what I'm saying. We're gonna make it easier for other people. Yeah, they got to put in their work and everything, but we want them to learn the business so eventually they could become their own boss and make it easier for them and just continue the trend. But a lot of people don't want to do that. Look, I like to work. I mean, I like to make money and I like to provide and everything. But in terms of working, okay, I want to be able to do that very seldom. And we don't have that mentality. We so used to, oh yeah, man, we got a slave, we got a slave, we got a slave, and then all of a sudden we tired. We wonder why we got all these back problems and all these, we barely even get in the doctor to try to see if we got a clean bill of health. And then when you, JT, and brother Israel, my last point, when you go talk to somebody,
Yeah.
like a friend or a family, and you like, yeah, man, well, you know what? I went to the doctor, man, and the first thing they wanted, oh, man, what's wrong with you? Man, I'm just going to go check out to make sure I'm okay. But see, that's not that shouldn't be our mentality. You should be like, oh, okay, how did it go? Nigga, you should want to get in the doctor to find out, what's going on and make sure that your blood is okay. Make sure your organs is okay. Make sure that your vitals is okay, and make sure that you ain't got this, that, and all that. But the average Negro that we go talk to, brother Israel and brother JT, they think something got to be wrong with you in order to go to the doctor or something like that.
Right. Exactly.
It's our mentality. My bad. I mean to ramble on, but that's
No,
not
no,
what
no,
it is.
no, no. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. No, absolutely. It goes right along. Me, and brother Israel talking about. We go. Mm-hmm.
my JT. I don't know if I told you this, and I like I was telling the fellas earlier. JT knows this. My wife just rang the bell, brother Israel. She just rang the bell, so she's cancer free. You know what I'm saying? And so
Amen.
uh, it don't matter if you're young or old, man. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to make sure that you're conscious of your health because, like, you gotta be healthy in order to work. You gotta be healthy in order to function properly. So yeah, that was all I had to say.
Yeah, man. I'm just. I think yeah, I think that each of us have to understand it's an obligation that we gotta help. Five of us don't think it's an obligation. We don't. Selectively, yes, but in the masses, no. But you do that, you preach. I mean, you tell them what to do. You can tell them what to do. Yeah. So so let me ask you this question here. We know this is the Democrat Party, right? That is part of that is running this, right? What do you see for us as a people?
What was that first part?
We know the Democrat Party is running this country, right? What do y'all see in the future for our people?
Yeah, that's a big, that's a big, like I said, that comes back to it. Uh, the Black History Month, they put that out there like we were talking about 1964, the Board of Education then, the voting rights is 65. So if you got this political power, and like I said, that was addressed with the Reconstruction that started out as Republican. So now that's the thing about this political thing that we were talking about. If you got Republican, Democratic, it makes no difference which party it is. They don't have a monopoly on people. Neither people are a monogram, as they say. We are very diverse as to who we are. So in terms of nationally, the whole consciousness, man, you need to get out of this country, man. This country is Babylon is falling, and I'm like, it ain't quite time, y'all. I mean, it's close, you know. But right now, I think that that whole air was called for the beginning, meaning that we'll see if we're talking about Russia, Ukraine, and the threat between America and Russia get ready to go at it, but they don't say America, they say NATO get ready to go at it. That's the larger conversation, of course. That ain't what you asked. You just simply said internal political party. So if I'm gonna come back, just keep it on the shores of America. A lot of people say, well, it's time to get out. I'm like, I don't think so. If you're talking about
Yeah.
on a short term, short term for us, like I say, chicken wings cost $2. Like the brother said, you got to get your health together. You
Yeah.
started out by talking about, uh, Booker T. Washington. That was about the trades, about starting black colleges and blacks throwing up, just to work. So he was pushing forward that labor narrative, where W. Du Bois, like you said, they argued all the time because he was speaking toward the whole man. He was speaking toward the brain power. So, in a contemporary sense, what do black people need to do? I mean, they got to deal like everybody else. I mean, we dealing with a hellified, uh, recessionary, way. It ain't necessarily that, but when you got chicken wings $2, you better start. And like I said, everybody holding on their cash out there. They want to get involved. How do black people deal with that? Me, As you asked me, what do I see for 2022? I,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I said I want to move around. I ain't so caught up on it, and that's what I think. The digitalization of the economy, or the digitalization of our whole life, or this new normal that we're in, that I just don't. I mean, so do we start companies? Do we, build enough social, political, economic power to contend with other nations? If we are American, well, we are already number one, right? If we're going to be true to the fact, you know, so there you come in and say, well, what about reparations? So should everybody get, all our people get a couple $1 million, right? Couple $1 billion. That's really going to make you okay. I'm true than America now, because that's what the whole
Uh-huh.
argument is at.
Yeah.
Is democratic. How do we engage in a democracy? How do we engage in a republic? Democratic simply mean people, demo, and Republicans simply mean the law. So which one do we engage in? Do we engage in law, or do we engage in people? If you would, humanity. I wouldn't trust humanity as far as I could throw them. I believe in law. I believe that, and not to say I'm a Republican, because like I said, I'm a love dude. I'm like I ain't falling for the okie doke. That's they
Right,
weak.
exactly.
That's they weak narrative. I'm like I ain't working with no uh, Republic, like Brother George said right here. Dems are too weak in the gap. The GOP is too racist. See, so why would I engage in any of that? No, I'm gonna now understand that what's greater than that. I say love, which is the globalization of it. So we got to look to Russia. We got to look to the Asian. When you're talking about Asian, consists of a land mass of about 3.5 billion people. So you got the other side of it, about 3.5. So it's not a quite equal. It's more on the Asian side, on the east than it is west. We in the west, but like I
Hmm.
said, we using 5% of the, we using 40% of the resources. So we already, just by proximity, and that's the argument they like to use to say you already got your reparation just by being here, which is garbage. You
Right.
know, which is garbage. I'm like, no, you still marginalized just for the color of your skin. That's crazy. Like you said, even the billionaires walk around here and they treat you like it ain't no economic situation there. It's all on site. On site, we got you marginalized, which is real wicked, man. Like the brothers say, the GOP, if you would, if you're gonna believe that whole GOP spin, because it's the law. Law is not racist. It's people. People are not. Uh, People are people weak. No, but I would say that ain't nothing good in the flesh. That's my treatment. That's just my spiritual treatment.
Right.
That's what I said. You got to say with your heart, the love. If you your heart, if you would serve the law, you good. What the law? Love God, love your neighbor. Who is your neighbor? Just look next to you. Go over there, like I said, Russia is my neighbor. These folks over here are my neighbors. You know, you always Virginia, you're my neighbor. So neighbors is subjective as well. And a lot of people like to take that and say, well, who is your neighbor? Say, well, those that treat me right, that's who your neighbor is. If he treats you wrong, that's your enemy. It's really simple in that regard. So, but where do I see uh, the struggle? I like to call it struggle, if you will, but more than anything, I like to say it's about righteousness. So where do I see the righteous? If I want to go there, that's where I'm gonna stay at. I'm gonna love righteousness tradition. So I would say that, and the wicked running it all, just making it simple. Are the Democrats the wicked? Are the Republicans the wicked? No, those are just narrative. Because those are not even people. So, but then again, like I said, it's the people I should know. You got to have the spiritual. The spirits, like y'all have heard it said, it's a pretty popular saying, because we in Christianity, we Christian dome, if you would. It ain't necessarily Christianity, but it says that uh, the words are spirits. Try the spirits, try their words. So what they saying, that's the spirit. That's the spirit right there. What they said out their mouth, or what is written, as it is written, right? That's a treatment from Babylon, and then in the Babylon we have now, they simply building off of it. That's why I say both of them weak. Both of them fall short of something that. So I'm like, what the righteous man, they just got to stay the course. I think stay the course. What's the course? Love your neighbor, love God. I mean, that's all I got. Hey, that's all I got. I'm gonna kick Chipolo, and you, JT.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's really all about. George, I send the link. If you listen, I send a link to your text. If you want to get on, you can. You can. I stay a little long. I stay a little longer. Stuff like that. People want to speak and everything. Yeah, but I see as a Democrat Party that, as usual, they ain't gonna do nothing for us. I think they to still cause confusion, to still separation between the black man and the black woman, the family. That is called division between us as being a certain class. You figure that we the one voted them in, so there's some people say, oh, they talk about Black History, but they never talk about the ones that want to stand up against the evil system. They want to pick their own heroes. And the sad thing about it, throughout the decades, we letting them. And sometimes I shake my head over that. Am I correct on that?
They're already trying to do that. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to do everything that they can. They're trying to split us apart. Not only, of course, the obvious between men and women is African American men and women, but they're trying to do it within our community too. They might get on here and fake like they want to take a knee, or they really care about us, or they really on the front line and all this other stuff. But really, they don't. They want to see. Like it's not funny, but it's odd because I was thinking about the genocide that took place, in California. Because gang banging was at an all time high in California in the '90s. Y'all know in the '90s, the crack era. You know what I'm saying? It was in the '80s and everything, but gang banging was at an all time high at
Right.
one point. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
believe it or not, you got these guys, Grinda and Israel. They get on here, they're like, we're gonna do everything that we can to make sure that we clean up. Oh, really? Okay, so is that why you want to keep the drugs in circulation? Within the government, because last time I checked, that's what you were doing with Freeway Ricky Ross. Look, we already know the stupid shit that you're trying to do. You place drugs in our communities on purpose. Even guns, I'm not gonna get into that. You know what I'm saying? You place them in purpose so that we can shoot and kill each other. Not to mention the liquor stores that's on every corner and everything. And like I told Grinder a while back, if you want to watch anything, watch Boys in the Hood, and not only watch it just for just everything else. Watch Lawrence Fishburne part. when he was schooling everybody. But that's a whole nother subject. The thing about it is that JT is hitting it on right on the money, Brother Israel, when he says that they're doing everything that they can to tear us apart. And then when it comes to jobs and all this other stuff, Brother Israel had a point too, because it's like, okay, the socialism aspect, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're trying to uh, pretty much sweep us under the carpet and keep everything for themselves, where they get a certain percentage or whatever, and we getting crumbs. You know how we're going to combat that? It's exactly what we said. Look, I'm not going to rely on the government for shit, because all of the resources are taken away. Now, I do blame some of these old, oh, well, you know what? I got disability. I'm going to claim disability. Okay, you claim disability. Okay, but you sitting up there and then you taking advantage of that, and you sitting at the house all day smoking weed and drinking and getting high and doing that other shit. Talking about, well, I'm on a disability. I can't work. Meanwhile, our tax dollars are going to that shit. So guess what? They're looking like, okay, you're taking advantage of the system. That's why they, doing everything. A lot of people are losing food stamps. A lot of people are losing weight. A lot of people are losing all these benefits for hard-working single mothers out here. You know what I'm saying? May have had some issues and stuff like that. They're taking it away from us. You know what I'm saying? But it's not because of them. It's because of you silly motherfuckers that want to sit up here and don't want to work. You want to sit here and be lazy, while me, Grinda, and Brother Israel are doing everything that we can to try to be productive citizens, right? We're trying to be productive citizens, but guess what? It gets thrown back in our face. Now, my last point. Listen, I don't trust. Yeah, I don't know about y'all, and I'm pretty sure Brother Israel feels the same way, and so do JT. Oh, fuck, I don't trust the damn government. Man, we got a motherfucking nigga. Man, we got a dude, Brother Israel in Texas, by the name of Abbott, who everybody can't stand and want out, and made a really fucked up decision by following what Kemp did in Georgia. He was monkey see, monkey do when it came to the whole boogeyman situation. You know what I'm saying when I say boogeyman, JT, in terms of the channel. I'm not trying to get you in trouble, but with the situation that's going on in the company, in the country, he had a fight with Mayor Bottoms, okay, Governor Kemp in Georgia, and they were like, debating on whether or not to open up the country. It's just a prime example, and uh, Mayor Bottoms was like, Mayor Keisha Bottoms was like, no, let's not open it up. We don't need to be focused on opening up tattoo parlors and barbershops and nail salons and nothing like that. We need to get everything correct in this country right now, because people are losing their lives. They're getting sick. People, stuff is happening from a health perspective and stuff like that. Oh, well, you know what? We'll be all right. Da, 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 da. We'll go ahead and we'll do what you call that, the thing where you just let everybody get the spread and all this other stuff. I forgot the name of it. And then after that, then we'll go from there. Well, guess what? Abbott did the same thing, and then next thing you know, guess what? We ended up having the highest cases. You know what I'm saying? So he and then on top of that, he makes some really poor decisions and stuff. The lieutenant governor was saying that he don't care about lives. The only thing he cares about is business. So the reason why I bring that up, man, in our household, JT and our brother Israel, we are our own government. Hey, JT, yeah, that's my government. Brother Israel, I'm gonna listen to him before I listen to any other motherfuckers up in the White House. You know what I'm saying? I'm not paying attention. You know why? Because the government ain't gonna tell you to stock your shelves full of canned goods and stuff like that. The government ain't gonna tell you to get a generator. Oh, well, if I tell an average nigga that, get a generator. Man, what you mean get a generator? What if the power goes out, dummy? because we already if you look at what's going on, fuel and electricity, it's starting to get a little tight around here, especially when you talk about oil and gasoline. Oh man, what you mean? Stock up on paper towels and stuff like that. You know, or people were fighting over toilet paper. All this stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna sit up there and tell us what to do. But we go to the fucking stores, brother Israel, and guess what? Everything's empty. Everybody all in one line trying to get this, and then next thing you know, it's out of like Tony Dungy said, it's about supply and demand, and we're not paying attention to that. I'm not paying attention to no White House. Man, the guy that's in there man can barely stand up. Man, I'm not listening to that guy. But what I am going to listen to, I'm going to listen to a guy like JT. So I'm gonna pick his brain before I pick any of these people in the White House brain because they don't even know what the hell they doing. They not even cohesive as a party. It never have been. Like Brother Israel said, it's no fucking difference between the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. They both full of snakes, like the United States of America that this is.
Yeah, that you
No,
know that's
it's
yeah.
not a flesh and blood treatment, as they say. It's not, like I said, it's definitely not political. Uh, there's no person there. It's like they say, the wars with principalities, dominions. And that would come out, like you said, without, like you said, gentrification, genocide. Those are words that begin the origins in Gen, or Genesis, the beginning, or the origins. And then I come back, I'll peel it back to say Gentile, which in my estimation are simply, white folks, Europeans per se. Now, are these people, uh, are they the ones that are the problem? No. We got the John Brown, we got the Abraham Lincoln, we got the Cornelius, we got people that are people, you know. Uh, but it's like you say, the government where the wickedness is at. And that part is like, okay, well, if the government, like a faceless entity, do it run by itself, it's a spiritual thing. Like I said, the words, when you get the Constitution, that comes up, and then you get all of these amendments and all of these adjustments. And like I said, implementing them, like I said, Reconstruction said, okay, you're free, you get a mule and 40 acres. Well, that didn't happen. Like I said, gentrification is real. This genocide is real. It's only because it's on the dockets to do it, but making it happen just don't happen. Like you say, the Lyndon B. Johnsons, they bought it in. That was was he a Republican? I think it was a Democrat. Then Nixon comes in and reverses everything he does. So you get that flip flop with the so-called politicals that are ruled by the ruling parties, and that's more of a treatment in the West. But here, uh, it's corporations, as he said, the United. He says snakes, but it's really a corporation, United States, like it's just a market. So again, it's just some levels above that it's like that we are powerless against, uh, in terms of eyes to see it. It's like I say, systemic racism, or as you say, shadow ban. Can you see a shadow? You probably can, but do you understand what the illuminations come from? Where did that? How is that shadow illuminated to the left and right, woo, and all that? All those different variables, that goes into creating a shadow. And the same thing was go to say about the government. It's like, okay, we were talking about the electoral college versus the public vote. It becomes challenging at that point. But again, as I said, it's not a flesh and blood. It's a principality and dominion. So, the flesh and blood treatment The humanity treatment is what it is. So that whole treatment for government, I like to believe that it's written there. All of that stuff is written. That it should be equal, this and that, but it just haven't been implemented. They keep getting repealed, keep getting slim hands by different entities, if you would. Like I said, no, Biden, we know, don't run the country. Biden is simply an executive in a corporation. Do he run it? No. Who run it? Well, that's where your argument comes in. Do the people run it? You know, or do this electoral college run it? Or which is to say, businesses or people, uh, electoral college, however it's constituted, just like the Congress and all these other bodies that we have that form our government. But no, man, I don't. That part I don't ever sweat because the treatment said to serve the king and live, watch you die, man. I ain't trying to. My mom always say, she said, boy, if they got some gas, I'm giving some gas. I said, hey, that's that, treatment of the mark kind of thing. It's like, well, because we already know how that's supposed to come out. Where, like you said, a loaf of bread costs $1,000, man. It's like, well, that's what it is. Okay, well, you take this mark, you can go ahead and get this loaf of bread. And that's where the treatment comes in. That's where the argument comes in. Do I take this mark to be able to get this bread? Do I join or do I hold out? Well, it's about, like you say, lack of knowledge, you're going to suffer. If you don't know the difference, if these conversations don't take place, well, guess what happens? You're going to have that wide and broad destruction choice. Everybody going to choose that which is not good enough. So it's important to have these conversations to be able to inform the people, of some choices and sit down and let them choose. Don't get caught up because they chose, just because they chose to be a fool to go out here and destroy themselves. Don't do that. Just be, you know, challenged enough to speak your truth, you know. And let's just hope, like I said, you weigh it in the balance and you found to be your righteousness, exceed your unrighteousness because we all fall short. And the key is we should learn from that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, if we could go on, yeah, well, I say this though. Um, it's I think that like I said that I'm glad we having this conversation today. Do I wish that more people will come and have it more? Yeah, but like you said, it don't have to be 100%, but at least it's something. At least it's something. So I'm happy that we had this conversation now, and at least we can say that after at whatever time this live is over, y'all can go back and watch it. Y'all can go back and watch it and see how much you missed out. It goes to show that us as men from different backgrounds that we can build. There's no ifs and buts about it. And I know that people outside of space and even inside space going to try to dispute that. But there's no dispute over here today or even in the past. And so it just let me know that I still have to push. Even though the small percentage is on me, but it's not just me, it's just others. And so I'm just gonna leave it like that, brother. Israel, make your last remarks and stay there. And I'll make my last remarks. We're gonna close this out.
Yeah, nice popping in this afternoon and spending this 4 hours, talking about just talk, trying to be a little bit of every day with it. And
Mhm.
I got a lot out of, like I always get, of your the folk that do chime in Like you said, it's simply speaking a voice of the wilderness, but it's not so because, like I said, bro, you've been around long enough where it's consistency. You put it out enough, they already know when they click in what it's gonna be about. You know, so only thing you gotta do is keep doing it. And every time I get a chance, I will pop in, hopefully, and help have a conversation. You know.
Yeah. I'm gonna talk. What I'm gonna do on my email, I'm gonna send you the link when I talk about shadow ban in a few minutes. Oh, Polo back. Okay, Polo can make his last remarks. There you go, he back, brother Polo.
Sorry about that, man. Fell out, bro.
That's all right. Yeah, I'm getting ready to close it because you get ready to go on in a few minutes, right?
Yeah, but I was cooking because I like, man, I like picking y'all brain, brother Israel, because
Okay.
I met can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, so you want to stay a few more minutes? You want to pick our brain again, Nando?
No. If you gotta go, you know what I'm saying. I understand.
No. I'm just saying. No, I was getting ready to go because I know you. I know you was coming back, and I know that you gonna have
Yeah,
a time in a few minutes.
technical issues, man. Technical issues. Yeah, technical issues, man. I was really trying to listen to what brother Israel was saying because he was talking about a very pivotal time
Yeah.
period, especially when you talk about LBJ and
Yeah.
the whole corruption that was going on. Well, it was corruption in multiple terms throughout presidential history. We know that, but LBJ and Nixon, of course.
Yeah.
uh, all the scandals and stuff like that took place. But I was picking his brain. I was listening, man. I'm sorry about that, bro.
No, that's all right. That's all right. And if Nehemiah D, if you want to add one more thing, then I'm gonna let Polo close it out, and then both of y'all gonna stay, and then we're gonna close it out together. If
Well,
you,
I I think for me, um, just as a whole, it's pretty much self. Um, it's put out there right in front of our face, and in order to be efficient, we got to be self sufficient. And the thing about it is a lot of us we're not independent. We're dependent, and we got to really get out of that mindset. You know what I'm saying? And we got to really take control of really what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? And I often think about because I was on my channel, man, and I was saying this. I often think about like these guys that be homeless or these guys out here that are panhandling and these guys out here hustling other people, standing out here, what I'm saying, asking for money, stuff like that. Some of them are really in a bad situation, but some of them aren't. Well, if you take that energy that you got to stand out here and to ask for money and stuff like that, or if you take that energy, I'm not going to even get on the homeless. Let's talk about these people that just live on social media. If you take that energy that you spend all day on the ground, if you take all this energy that you spend on Facebook, if you take all that energy that you spend playing the game all day, if you like, can you think about it? You take 8 hours out of your day to do that. Well, why don't you use that 8 hours to put that into something positive and constructive, so that way we could get rid of a lot of the complaints that we have right now, because a lot of us are doing it to ourselves, and we don't even realize it. Like social media,
yes,
you know what I'm
yes,
saying? It's a blessing, but it's also a curse in a lot of ways too. Because yeah, there's people out here that are actually doing stuff positive on social media, But at the same token, you got people out here, doing stuff negative out here on social media. And guess what that does, JT and brother Israel? It doesn't do nothing but poison our mind, and it controls us and keeps us blinded and taking our and last point taking our attention off of what really we need to do.
Mm-hmm. It's true. Yeah, that is so true. Um, well, you know what? That's a good point. That's a good point. Polo, I want you to make your last remarks and stay there, and then I'll make my last remarks, and then we're gonna close this out. Hello.
I
Is
don't
it
think
on
he
me?
heard you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
It's on me.
yeah, brother Polo, yeah, close it out.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. That's all I had to say, brother.
Make your last remarks, man. You know how I run it.
No, that was it. That's what
Oh,
I had to say. That yeah,
okay,
that was everything. Yeah, the close on everything.
okay, got you.
Yeah, I
Okay,
didn't. Yeah, I didn't have too much more to say. But what
okay,
I will say, I'll say this though. Okay,
yeah.
I'll say this. Um, you know, to put the icing on the cake, we're never, we're never, we're never going to progress as a people until we learn to be still and listen. Brothers like brother Israel and brothers like Grinda and brothers like myself, man. If I had a tool like that, if I could pick real positive brothers' brain like that, no, I'd take advantage of that shit.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the comment. I know brother Israel appreciate. You know, let's see. Israel, he's in the 60s, so and I'm in my 50s, so that means a lot to us. To do that. I will say this today that at first I was going to cut it short like 2 hours ago. I ain't gonna lie, but it was a conversation was building, and it needs to be flourished, and that's why I left it on like that. I feel we was building. Thank you, brother Israel. I feel we was building, and let me show my and so I show my food, and I'm just gonna keep on. I'm just gonna keep on doing what I gotta do, you know. And you want y'all. I'm just gonna say the rest of y'all. Y'all want to be part of it? Fine. If you don't want to be part of it, it's okay. That's all I'm going. That's all I'm going to say. But I want you to go support my brother Nehemiah Israel, and I want you to go support brother Polo right here. He not just talk about sports; he talks about other things too. And where is you going to talk about 720, brother? Before we close this out. Hello. Well, let me go to close out. Anybody that traveling to your destination or home, if you're single, travel with family member, friends, you know, buddies, you know what I'm talking about. Associates. I know tonight is Valentine's Day. I don't celebrate it. I don't do that. I don't celebrate it. But y'all be safe out there. Be careful because the climate out there is real and it's crazy. But we don't want nothing to happen to y'all. We really don't. Brother Paul, he will be on at 7:20. Matter of fact, he gonna be on in 5 minutes. So I want y'all to go support him.
Thank you, brother Nehemiah Israel, to be on it. Radiology early. Thank you. I might come back on tonight. I might not. I know it really depends. But at the end of the day, let's build. At the end of the day, let's be there for each other. We gotta stop being the separated, being like in a separate crisis. We gotta stop. It's not helping us at all. And I know some people in this space, they figured, oh yeah, it's helping. No, it's not helping. It's not helping us at all. And that's what I'm gonna say to that. So on behalf of my secondary channel, the number one grinder, Real Talk, this is the last of the Underrated Afternoon Talk number 15. Number 16, I don't know when it'll be soon. And hopefully we can get a better count that people gonna build. Or if not, we still gonna build. But it's all up to us. That's all I'm gonna say. It's all up to us. Again, on behalf of my channel, my secondary channel, the number one grinder, Real Talk. I show my food. That's good. And God bless night. Have a blessed night. Be safe out there. This one is Ghost. That's it.